as we are once again live upon the internet. And yeah, let's make sure that we are and everything's set up correctly with titles and everything and bit rates, and that my audio is not broken. All looks good. Yeah, let's jump into character tree here. Jumping on a little earlier than usual, just because I had everything ready. I was just like, let's just go. We might also need some prep work here.
Entering safe area.
As we're going to do, as the title says, character trees, build showcase. Or well, build collection updates. Build showcases is basically. And that means that, yeah, we're gonna open up all of their builds. Actually, let's just be in here. Refresh has one failed to load there. So yeah, it's gonna be 301 to 316. Well, actually, it's gonna of course be with a sidetrack to a different build. I'll likely also at that point have to swap characters. Oh yeah, this of course. Yeah, let's actually fix that up. Just for my sanity, it will be better to be. It opens them kind of in reverse order. I don't really have control over that. Let's put them in not reverse order from left to right. Let's put all of these over here. And then just, we need
I don't know why they haven't tried
two.
to do
And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. What we'll also need is this. We have a traded build, which we've already covered. So we'll cover the new edition there. Also, yeah, so for this one, definitely going to the animal shelter. Which two does that leave? Actually, yeah, the food bank and Trinity Church. Also, let's have a peek over here. And hey there, Cress. Yeah, bright and early, I see.
Safe area entered.
As yeah, we're gonna get ready to be in here. I've just been using the 5 the 5 safe houses in New York kind of as my place. And this one definitely gets to have the animal shelter as their thing. At least this one has a few interesting, like with Bambi there. Yeah. So let's actually give this just, although we'll basically give them a quick look before every. Oh yeah, what I wanted to do, because I wanted to do that last time as well, was go to stopwatch here. And I just have a stopwatch going with every segment that I record. Likely by like 2 segments later, I'll already have forgotten. But yeah, let's make sure actually that their loadouts are kind of, if I have any weirdness actually anywhere. Yeah, let's actually do that first. Because if we have that SMG, there it also makes sense. There it also makes sense. This would make sense. That's all fine. it's all fine. Yeah. Especially if I need to like grab any weapons or anything. Yeah, Lexington Striker. It's kind of fine. Macver's fine. And then, yeah, we get that from the other character. That point, likely we'll just transfer character and just pull it up there. Likely. And then, yeah, tech tank. Oh, yeah, we need to slow that up. Because that my glass cannon not be there. Let's make this obliterate. Because that's glass, of course, for Hollywood, but that's not. Only gets used here, yeah. So. That is what we mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. I wanted to actually alter this build. Do we do that now, or do we just keep it? Because we could already alter it. If we so choose. So this is non-stats. It's 55, isn't it? Yeah. No, I think we'll just explain that this might get altered and leave it for now. Because the obvious thing to do is maybe get in a normal Cheska, normal Grupo, without the headshots at the very least. But then also at that point, I feel we could go weapon handling here on 3 pieces instead of the headshot. And then maybe go with like the SMG9 or something. Because, yeah, if we lose or if we flip these two to crit chances, this could go to crit damages, 2 of them, not the third. I would land a 62. Just fine. But then those are these two, right? 62. We could also lose this as well, actually, and get a third. Nah, let's not do this now. We'll just fix it up later. This one is fine. And this one is fine. Okay. Get it here for a second. I need the Friedrichs. And the research as well. And yeah, everybody's enjoying their Monday. For me, it was a pretty busy day. Getting some work stuffs done and like kind of ramping up again for actually just normal shows and stuff. We're kind of looking forward to it as well. Yeah, let's maybe actually just get started. We'll just start with an intro and go from there. One of the things I was kind of looking at, how does this look when we do this? It's N right now. It's could aim that a little bit better, but also we want here 3.01 316. That select that. I know we're of course going to be going over there. Let's see if all of these also all work. Yeah. We don't need this one right now. It's for spreadsheets, which we're not gonna spread any sheet. Yeah. Line it up and line up. Kind of goes that way, right? It goes leftish. Or does it just go a little bit to the right? Let's maybe set up more this way then. It's weird that the character actually just looks up. I wonder what they're actually like targeting for. Okay, there's a little bit of rotation that way. Okay, so yeah, we're just doing it wrong. We should just line it up like this and then kind of like that. There we go. Actually going the wrong way. That's about the reaction a dog would have to that. It's just like, is that edible? No, get the fuck out. I kind of like that. That has me. Yeah. What happens when I put the camera next to that guy? Yep. Dog did not care at all, as a dog wouldn't. But yeah, it'll look cool-ish. So wait, does this now work well? Yeah, kind of. But either way, let's just let's do a test recording just to make sure that the hard disk is actually spooled up. And then also, what was my name again? Oh yeah. Yeah, let's get going. So yeah, build showcase. The dangers of being in a shared space. That'll be fine there. Yeah, let's get it going. Oh wait, this needs to be here. Good thing I got that because we're going there first. Also, lost selection. So yeah, let's reselect. There we go. Hey, there's a stash here. I'm fine with that guy being in the background. Yeah. So back here. Okay. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're continuing on our let's get that. I lost that. Build collection updates. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're continuing on our build collection updates as we have had them already for character 1 and character 2 already. This is going to continue on in sequential order. We're going to go to character 3 as, yeah, we have all their setups ready to go. And yeah, what we're doing, what we have been doing in this series is I'm basically going after every after. Oh, let's try. We'll try one more time. Just kind of lost it in the middle. Still take 0, right? Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be continuing on our build collection updates and continuing on in sequential order as we have had 1 and character 2 already so far. And so, yeah, we're going on to character 3, who will be, showcased here in full. And what we'll see is all of their builds come by one through the build collection, as we'll go through every build basically that they have. And kind of with each one, I'm going to explain kind of if there have been changes, what those changes are. That is going to be one of our focuses. But then also together with that, and one of the reasons I kind of wanted to do it in this way, it was that I'm also going to explain kind of what the build is for and how easy or hard it is to put together, just in case you want to make it yourself. Because yeah, that might, for me, it's kind of obvious what each build is for. I've made them, but that's of course not the case for everybody. And to kind of as well, go through the entire collection and kind of just ramble about them one by one. Yeah, let's go get started with the very first build on them. Let's try one more take. First of all, I kind of forgot to do the emote early on, so we kind of went late into that. It's just one more. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be continuing on our build collection updates. We've already done character 1 and 2, of course. We'll be moving on now to character number 3, as it appears on the build collection. And that is, of course, all the builds from 3.01 all the way to 3.16, as that is kind of how the build collection is laid out. These builds basically are equivalent to what I have in the game, basically, in the loadout slots. So... And yeah, the reason I wanted to kind of do it in this form is, yeah, we've had some updates, although of course not enough to just go through everything. Mostly have been weapon updates, and weapons have been changed around for a lot of builds actually. But I also kind of wanted to take this time to explain both kind of what the changes are as we'll go through every build, but then also explain what the build is kind of for, what the intent of it is and what I use it for, and also how hard it is to put together. I thought this would be a good moment to do that for basically all the builds in the collection. As yeah, all of them did get touched a little bit, at the very least, if nothing else, some weapon changes here or there. And yeah, we'll go through character trees, all of their builds here. Everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump to specific builds if those interest you. Yeah, let's go get started with build number 1. Yeah, that's much better. That one feels the best. Also, yeah, with the other ones, I kind of forgot to talk about timestamps and stuff, because that's kind of important. Okay, so that goes there. Let's not keep standing there. Let's take this as our background for some of these other ones. Pull up loadouts and stuff here. A light might actually be annoying. It's maybe not good there. It's maybe sit between all these cats. I'll have that kitty over there. Oh, there's some movement in the back. Yeah, we'll take this part. And then we'll use the Bambi for the outro. Yeah. Okay, over here, we go to number 1. Let's bring that up. Yeah. Yeah. And we start things, of course, with a 3 point. God damn. Instantly somebody walks through the camera there. They want it to be like that. Although likely they'll run through it again. Seeing as it was just at the start, we'll take a retake. And we'll be starting here on 3.01, of course. And that is an OD setup. This is the full red OD setup, all in on damage, basically. And yeah, this is, of course, a very useful build. Always kind of has been as OD, for instance. Also in previous seasons, we use it quite often to get by with ammo directives and such. Here, not much has changed. I used to run the Iron Lung. I still kind of do. I feel this is a really good pick for the secondary. The Carnage, of course, became much more usable than it used to be. So yeah, that does become our main pick. We're still going with Cheska. We're still keeping in the Coyote. 4 pieces OD. But of course, the big change was the OD chest. Basically, we used to run with glass or obliterate or things like that. We could go with the OD chest, but it wasn't a very powerful option. Now it is basically the option you kind of want to go for. You can still beat it with a glass chest, and as well, if you're shooting at something that doesn't bleed, let's say a Warhound, glass obliterate still would apply. This wouldn't, but this of course opens up a few options. For instance, here like with the Coyote. So most of my ODs, at least the full red ones, although even some with a little bit of blue cording and such, basically as long as they're not like the triple tick builds kind of applying other things, we're kind of going with the OD chests nowadays. If we take it into the game, we see actually that, yeah, this is again one of these builds, and if you haven't seen the other videos, it might be it behooved me to re-explain this, where it's saved as it is here with 5 pieces of OD, and that is a thing that I quite often do with a lot of builds, and the reason for that is in here, of course, if I've saved it like this, I have, for instance, a Coyote basically always at the ready anyway. So yeah, we can make it the build as shown in the build picture. But of course, we can go for other options as well. So for instance, here, if there's already enough Coyotes, one setup that really works well here is to, for instance, have contractors. This is basically the setup that I take if we're going countdown and there's already enough Coyotes, for instance. Then I'll go this route. But of course, yeah, you could go Bloody Knuckles. You could go, for instance, as well, the new holster, which I haven't been using much in the build collection, and mostly because it's basically still broken. So I'm kind of avoiding putting it in the build collection till we kind of know what's going to happen with it. But yeah, actually saving it in this way is kind of useful. The backpack I'm just never really going to use, so we're not going to save it as a 6-piece, but yeah, so that we can have multiple options, it is saved in this way. And this build is pretty easy to put together. It, of course, drops as red pieces, so we just basically, just try to find good pieces, but enough crit chance, crit damage to land in the numbers that we kind of need. Pair it with a very common backpacks. And of course, you could go with other backpacks here as long as basically either Vigilance or Wicked is up here. Of note as well, yeah, I also have a Wicked version in the build collection. This is the Vigilance one. Vigilance does have, of course, just more damage than it, especially for in a setting like Countdown, where we have 7 teammates / decoys running around. I find Vigilance much more useful than Wicked. But yeah, it can, of course, differ a little bit in your choices, especially in smaller teams where we can get hit here or there. Wicked is definitely an option here as well. So yeah, let's move on to the next one. That was maybe a little long, but that was also the first one. Oh, that was 344. That wasn't even that long. Did I forget something? Not really, right? Explain what it's for. Actually, yeah, no, we didn't really explain what it's for. Yeah, let's take another take as well. And I kind of mumbled my way through the middle. We'll get smoother as we go along. That all like kind of happened with the previous ones as well. And we start off with a 3.01, of course, and that is an OD, a full red OD here with Vigilance Coyote, Cheska Vigilance Backpack. changes wise, the big change, of course, to OD was that the chest is now much more viable and actually very much a great pick for OD. It still has some issues versus, for instance, going versus glass, which would, for instance, do more damage as well, or obliterate, which would be the same amount of damage. And one of the downsides is that, yeah, if you are shooting at something that doesn't bleed at all, now you're losing much more damage than you would back then, or with those other talents, because those would still apply to warhounds and such, for instance. But that is a fine enough trade-off to make to, for instance, get a coyote in here, or actually other pieces as well. And then, yeah, here, of course, Cheska just got a little bit of a nerf. Carnage actually became one of the better picks here, so we're putting that one now in. I used to run much more with ARs, with just Sadist. And yeah, the Iron Lung is still definitely one of the top picks for in this build, and a very good way to start off the chain. We, of course, have some other options as shown here. Also, as well, going with the OD Mask, for instance, here, and Contractors. If we take this actually into the game, we'll see that in Loadout 1, it is actually saved as a 5-piece. I oftentimes save build this way. We've already seen a few come by. I'll explain again here that, yeah, it is mostly this way, just so I have multiple options. By having these pieces saved this way, I can either, for instance, yeah, put in a Coyote here, for instance, and have the matching build as there, but also I can have Contractors in there. And this is actually a good setup as we have it here. For instance, if there's already enough Coyotes, I'd rather go with this Contractors. This is one of the better setups for it, especially, of course, with the Carnage there applying. But then as well, we could, for instance, put the new holster in. We could go in many ways, basically, right? If we want to main a rifle, for instance, with this, we could go with a Fox's Prayer. Saving it in this way gives me a lot of options, and then basically I grab in pieces from other builds, as for instance, this Coyote is saved with something else, and then we bring it in here. This is actually a valuable thing to do. And yeah, of course, what OD is very much for is that we can use it to basically have infinite ammo. We use this especially in group settings or even solo to kind of bypass some of the ammo directives. That's what it is very useful for. And of course, also has a group buff component, so especially in Countdown and such, it is very potent, and having one in the team really does make a difference. It has become much more of a powerful build than it used to be, and a lot of that is down to Sadist being 10% more, basically, going from 20% on the base to 20 to 30, and of course for the Carnage, even going from 25 to 35, which is a very big bonus to have just on one talent that is quite large. It's more than glass when it's active, and of course this will have the uptime for it, and of course this makes a lot of things bleed, and then as well allows, for instance, for teammates to maybe go with Sadist as well. Backpack wise as well, we can go with Wicked or Vigilance as we have it here. I actually quite often prefer Vigilance for Countdown, where we have 7 teammates / decoys, because I don't get hit much there anyway. And Wicked would just be 7 total weapon damage less. Here, a separate multiplier at full, so they would be at full effect. But yeah, I can go either way, and actually we'll be seeing a Wicked version later on character 5. And yeah, this setup is very much easy to put together. It is, of course, just red pieces. These already, the OD parts come with red pieces. OD as a gear set cannot be crafted, but yeah, it's very easy to farm for. You just a few countdowns and you'll have the pieces together for it. Well worth having as a setup, just for the group utility of it, especially for in countdown, basically, where it's buffing 7 other people as well. It is very potent. Even in a 4-man team, it is still pretty potent, but then we're mostly using it, for instance, to bypass the low ammo directive, or even Pistolero, because if we were to run Gunner here, it would give a little bit of ammo to our teammates, and then basically they would not lose ammo as long as we're doing our job and keeping the bleed rounds going, because those bleed rounds, basically, as long as you keep refilling it quite often for your allies and yourself, will make it so that, yeah, you basically don't run out of ammo. Let's move on to the next. There we go. Okay, 445, but yeah, explained a lot more there. That's also fine there. That's a build that kind of has a bunch of things to explain about it. Okay, on to the next. 3.02. Let's set up the in-game as well. Yeah. Well, let's get going. Nothing special about this now. Actually, yeah, let's remember that part where I said I'm gonna use a stopwatch? I forgot already. As we continue, of course, on to 3.02, the striker on this character, as often we've seen already, the 0.02 is usually the striker for these characters. And yeah, on there we see a chest striker together with a coyote and a Cheska piece, basically. And yeah, this is very much set up actually for the incursion. This is the one that I use basically to do the recommended build for incursion. Here with an SMG, and then also actually a setup to be 60 crit chance, basically, and just expecting just close range coyotes, basically. It is set up to not expect mid-range or higher. Now, of course, what we could do is set this up if we're just using it in general ways, or we're expecting coyotes from other people, for instance, in Countdown or such. We could go with a group of glove, of course. Changes wise, of course, yeah, striker did take a little bit of a hit on its backpack, but especially with a chest striker, you definitely want to have the backpack there. And furthermore, it's some weapon changes. This used to be with an Oreo, of course. Now it's with attack vector with measured here. And yeah, a rock and roll for stacking. Rock and roll for stacking is pretty handy for a chest striker. If we take it into the game, what we see is actually, and what I kind of want to show as it's kind of saved there, it is actually saved with a Grupo glove and a Cheska mask. More so because, yeah, I end up quite often using it by itself outside of incursion. But then, of course, I do have that Cheska glove. So on most of my characters, actually, I have a Cheska and a Grupo glove. And then with the strikers, if I want to make a chest striker, that's usually how they're set up there. So we could go that route. But also, as with all of my characters, I actually have all 6 pieces of striker on them, basically, at all times. And that is there to give me all the options. Because kind of like with the OD that we saw a second ago, I can go either with the striker chest or go with an obliterate chest from a different build and a coyote. And then, of course, we could swap this to an AR, which we would want now. Or as well, actually, I believe she has a Grupo chest, and this would be for SMGs. This would be the way to set it up, for instance. And this, of course, gives me basically all of the options. We could even go Cheska Mask, as I have that with as we have that saved there with, for instance, a Bloody Knuckles, which is usually we have one character running the Coyote on incursion, and the other 2 are running Bloody Knuckles. So we can go basically for whatever setup we kind of want to go. Even if you wanted to have Memento in here, yeah, I could just pull in this chest or that mask and kind of keep the Obliterate chest and just plop in a crit chance or crit damage with Memento, depending on what I'm kind of going for. And that gives me all of the options. And that is actually a very nice way to set that up. And I highly recommend that generally. And of course, yeah, striker is the go-to for just all-out murder. Whenever we need high damages, we lean towards this, and it's also a very easy set to get together. The chest, basically, as long as you have, you could go even with the striker chest. Although, of course, stacking to 200 is always kind of the limiting factor for the striker chest. Sometimes it's very viable. For instance, the incursion. Sometimes it's a lot harder, especially, for instance, the modifiers are on and your share, or, you know, you're running around countdown and basically everything is melting way too fast. So yeah, you kind of, usually I go with obliterate chests quite often, but I always want to have that option there. It's not choosing between the two, it's situationally grabbing the one that makes more sense. And yeah, very easy to put together. We can just farm whatever chest we kind of have. Another piece, basically, and as long as you basically have this 4-piece striker bonus, you can already extract a decent amount of damage out of this. I can say a 4 there. At least by stopwatch. 4 flat, exactly, nice. Yeah. And it is sporty. Indeed. Stuffs and things, although, well, builds and collections. Then let's set this up. Set it up in the game as well. And then let's get going with this. And 4.03 follows that up. And that is usually as well on a lot of my characters, the 0.03 is their high-end builds. Are they still quite needed? I've gone with, for instance, character 1 being a pesty, character 2 being a rifle, high-end, where they kind of make more sense. This is, of course, more of a kind of classic, more so high-end red. Here kind of foregoing Providence and kind of setting up for Obliterate. Generally, if you aren't going to use Perfect Glass, then usually it's better to just leave out Providence. And that's what this is going for. And this, we used to have the nomenclature for high ends before, you know, the popularity of strikers and stuff, where we had the high ends being called Generation 1, Gen 1s with Providence. And then Generation 2, it was basically without Providence, and then going Cheska, Fenris, Grupo. And there was a good reason as well for that. We'll in the future, we'll do a little bit of a history video with the build collection and stuff. And we'll explain it kind of in there. But for those to maybe trigger some memories, colored mod slots, if you remember those. Yeah, so here we're going with Cheska, Fenris, Grupo, Contractors, Fox, and a Coyote's Mask. The very classic setup for this. And this, for instance, as well, still has a place and a time. For instance, currently Hollywood is active. Actually, Strikers is really struggling because you blow everything up in instant and then you really can't get any stacks. This needs stacks less, not so much as well with like a full glass red that would need even less to do with stacking. But here, still we're kind of, there isn't much in the form of stacking except for the Obliterate on the chest. Change-wise, of course, yeah, some of the brand bonuses here got hit a little bit. The Cheska, the Grupo, but especially as well, one of the things that has helped high-ends quite a bit, one of the things was that they were always kind of awkward to get their crit chance, crit damage on. Usually the 2-mod weapons, so for instance an F2000 was the way to go for them because you could put 2 crit chances on it, you could land on like the 52 on them. Now, though, what you can do instead is, of course, flip a crit chance to a crit damage. So many more weapons fit much more easily onto this build than used to. You can go actually with a FAMAS or Lexington, for instance, and just put 3 crit damage mods there, for instance, or 2 to kind of, yeah, burn down a little bit of the crit damage if need be. And even then, for instance, going with other pieces than, for instance, even the Contractors. And yeah, that does open up a bunch of options for high-ends. Although this one I've kept basically quite simple. If we take it into the game briefly, yeah, it is kind of set up as is there. This one is saved inherently with the Coyote because we don't really have any replacement part for in here. With the Providences, of course, you could have a Grupo piece there, or even a Grupo piece, for instance, as a replacement for the Contractors, and then even lose, you would go with a crit chance less and give up the damage to armor, and especially if you're fighting things that don't have much armor, then that will do better. But yeah, especially just setting it up for, and that's just, yeah, a general use case build. It is very easy as well to put together. That is one of the reasons to kind of go for this. None of the pieces are very hard to farm, although actually Strikers, of course, is still actually easier to put together than this. But yeah, well, we're having side by side, and that's usually how my characters are set up as well. Usually they'll have a high end there. And yeah, still somewhat useful at times. I really sold the crap out of that one, didn't I? Yeah, don't buy this car. It sucks. But, you know, it's a car. So if you need a car, buy it. But, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the thing with it, right? It's kind of like no longer needed kind of setup. Although, yeah, I'm not going to per se give up having high ends. Yeah. Yeah. Let's reset the stopwatch. And going on to 4. Let's reset. 4.03, no, 3.04. That order, you dumbass. Yeah. And going on to 3.04, high-end half healer. And half healers are a style of build that, yeah, they don't happen much anymore. They were support builds basically for third drone builds. The popularity of third drone builds has gone way down, especially with the more modern gear sets ever since the kind of introduction of Heartbreaker and then its nerfs and then Striker kind of rising above it and such. Those kind of builds can do so much damage that it's kind of hard to still go with the third drone build. But this is still one that I'm keeping around, and it is still useful here and there. And then, yeah, why it is called a half healer, it is literally half damage, half healing. Because we have skill damage, repair skills all around, basically. Each of the stat blocks is that. All of the mods are then repair skill. We're not actually going with any haste here. The turret still, even without all that haste, is still coming back in 17.9 seconds as we have it there. The Hive, of course, is getting a ton of skill haste here from the BTSU. Setup-wise, or changes-wise, not much has changed for this, of course. We do get a little bit less out of the Wyvern. We get a little bit less skill efficiency from the third-piece Empress here. But overall, that's not big changes to this build. Scorpio, of course, also kind of took a hit, but still in the case that we're using it here, which is just to stagger enemies and such, it still does that because, yeah, we can still stagger them with the poison, the reds and purples at least. The disorient will stagger everybody, and the shock will, of course, be very shocking to your enemies. And yeah, for those actually, yeah, that kind of missed it maybe, this is a healing hive on the other end, and yeah, it's basically doing some healing and it's doing some damage by itself. And this used to be, yeah, pretty good support build alongside of third drone builds. We would quite often actually, for instance, for legendaries in the past, run third drone builds because running it versus, for instance, now we can get a lot more damage out of a striker than we could back then, for instance, out of an obliterate red. So it was actually back then a much more viable choice than now. And then, yeah, we could put on some help out people with some Overwatch, with some perfect opportunistic, as well, of course, that would apply from the SVD here, of course. The in sync would trigger from that. The SVD is now auto, but this build isn't per se using it as in a damage sense. We're just triggering in sync with it for our turret, mostly. Still somewhat useful of a build if we take it into the game, as I do end up using it here and there for just buffing stuff. We can also take Technician to take Artificer with this to heal other people's builds or other people's skills and such with it, or just give them buffs to it. Here, of course, in the game, I actually save it with also a Harmony there, but yeah, generally, as the build picture there shows, I'm going to grab a Scorpio alongside of it. Still somewhat useful. It can do a little bit of that healing and a little bit of that damage, but of course, its healing is very limited to that Hive. It can give us give an overcharge and such. And yeah, it can actually heal decently well as well. It is actually, because yeah, it has a ton of repair skills. That healing hive does actually heal pretty potently. And yeah, it has a tiny bit of damage. It is overall, I think, of course, FI, giving a buff to your allies for a full healing build, much more useful, especially if you're running alongside of reds. But yeah, back in the day, running alongside of drone builds, this was actually a pretty good thing to grab. It is very easy to put together. The pieces are, of course, all yellow core pieces. We are recording here the setup, but you could also keep it blue core if you get one, and just go with Technician instead. That is also a very handy setup to go here with, and then you can even go with the Artificer there as well. As a C tier build, so it's not very important to kind of, to the grand scheme of things. Yeah, so let's go there, and then let's go here to 5. I know, so far we're kind of hitting the 4 minutes or shorter targets pretty consistently, so that's good. Yeah, next up. 3.05. And with 3.05, we come to the eclipse on this character. Quite often that is in the 0.05 slot. And this is the baseline eclipse, as I quite often call it, for instance, in the master class and such as well. This is the to me, the classic eclipse, basically. Here we're running it with, for me, a fire cam and a stinger hive. Setup-wise, we're with sort of vial and an electric piece, and then 4-piece eclipse with chest and backpack. A lefty, a Scorpio survivalist as our specialization for the bonus to our allies. Changes wise, not much changed here, of course. In the end, they did not apply that status effect change they were going to do to Electric. They wanted to take it down to 8, but they kept it at 10 in the end. Lefty, of course, did take a hit. Scorpio also took a hit. Lefty went from a group buff of 40% to 20%. It is still a group buff, even though text doesn't say so, or actually says the inverse of just the person applying the mark. That kind of escaped PTS2 by the looks of things. And actually, one of the reasons we'll be updating wrong texts guide in the future. Scorpio's changes actually here doesn't really make a big difference. Scorpio is still the only thing that can do what it can do, which is apply poisons and such, and disorients and shocks, which can, of course, all be transferred through this. So I will definitely, I still keep that Scorpio around. If we take it in the game, we see that it's actually saved with a different shotgun here. But that is actually just saved this way because I do like having InSync as an option. We can use that to refire, where we apply fire to an enemy. If we hit InSync, now we have a stronger fire. That stronger fire will now, if we can basically set them on fire again while they're burning. But of course, I have that lefty at the ready. And generally, I do just grab the lefty. Here with Survivalist as well, with easy grenades basically to trigger that. And yeah, it is still a group buff and 20%. Even though it's no longer 40%, 20% is still a worthwhile thing to here and there apply to enemies. And yeah, my preferences are always with the fire cam especially and the stinger hive. This, of course, yeah, usage-wise is very much a build that in group settings especially I run. I like it a lot in groups, not so much solo, even though you can definitely, and then you go with a capacitor as kind of on the build picture. Also, we had the capacitor there. Solo as well, you would go firewall with it instead of survivalist, because survivalist especially has a flame grenade and the group buffs, both more so for applying sledges for your group mates with the fire grenades, and then also giving the 10%. But then here we're just especially using it in a group sense, and I like running this in a group, especially for missions and such, where I feel having 4 red builds is actually slower than having 2 red builds and a good Eclipse player. Because a good Eclipse player will kind of keep everything, will catch most of the waves, will apply, will weaken the smaller stuff will die to them, the stronger stuff will kind of be weakened by the point that they kind of get out of a door. And because of all that, and also CCing them while damaging them with the fire, that makes it, a very potent crowd controller. Of course, there is, with all of my characters as well, they're kind of set up to be able to be altered into a foam eclipse. So here in this case, for instance, I have a mask in my stash and a backpack that I can go and grab, and with a courier backpack and just an eclipse mask, turn this into a foam eclipse, and then of course swap out the skills if need be for instance, legendary. A very worthwhile build to have. One of my core builds, especially basically every character does have an eclipse on my build collection, and for a very good reason. There we go. A little rambly, and somewhere in the middle I kind of lost it. What the hell I was saying, but I think in my head that took like 5 minutes before I snapped out of it, but. Usually that doesn't actually, that doesn't. Worst case, I can always like kind of cut it and kind of bring it together. Next up, Agzora. Yeah. and we come to 3.06. Here, a build that I don't use much, but here and there I do grab it and enjoy my time with it. It is very much a build that is there to just play differently here and there, because I'm very proficient at eclipsing. So yeah, this is definitely a downgrade usually if I swap to this, which is X0. And yeah, this setup for X0 is kind of the one that I found works overall the best, in my opinion, for my playstyle as well. Where we have the 4 pieces of X0, a BTSU, and a sacrifice. We generally don't want to go with the chest of X0. The backpack is kind of usable. The chest, we're going here with a perfect glass cannon. The BTSU allows us as well to have a stinger hive and kind of have the haste as well for it, and to kind of get some damage out that way as well, kind of overlapping both of them. We can also go with actually going Technician and Artificer Hive and kind of increasing the duration of the Incinerator turret. X0, of course, did not receive any real changes. None of the changes as well, for instance, to Providence, getting less headshot damage, doesn't really matter to here. It has kind of stayed the same, and this especially can kind of use a buff, and likely in the future, I'm hoping alongside of True Patriot and others like Rigor and maybe even System Corruption, that this also gets a buff. Because yeah, it is kind of substandard, and kind of we did a build showcase on it with the conclusion basically that it's not bad, but Eclipse is better. I could see them especially upping up the damage of this quite a bit, and that could make it a little bit more potent than Eclipse in certain situations. I would hope for that. But for now, yeah, it has kind of stayed as it was. As we take it into the character here, we see again the repeating pattern of saving it with 5 pieces equipped. And yeah, that is especially done to go with multiple options. Because yeah, I can put the BTSU glove in, as we had on the build picture. I could also just put in a Vial Mask, which is a setup that you can kind of go for. I find the BTSU much more useful. Another setup that works decently well is the Costa Go Bag. For just having an easy way to overcharge the turret, and that works very well, of course. Giving myself basically a bunch of options to run this build with by saving it this way. And of course, X0 is kind of the brother to Eclipse. What it gives you is that the Incinerator turret now, instead of being an arc, is kind of in a 360. Effectively, it turns it into behind the scenes into a hive, basically, that is kind of setting things on fire. It's sometimes does need line of sight and such. One of the downsides as well to it is that it doesn't cross door boundaries, so enemies on the other side of a door do not actually get set on fire until they step out, where, for instance, with a fire cam of a Fire Eclipse, you can actually set them on fire, damage-wise as well. And Fire Eclipse will actually outdo this quite consistently, just because you can send out so much more fires, do that more effectively. Running this, trying to, run around with this turret and get it into position and such can be quite the hassle. But yeah, it is a very easy build to put together, excluding the sacrifice, because this is not per se, it is a unicorn. It's not a super unicorn. It does, especially you would want the blueprint for this. This being a classic name, it doesn't drop a lot. So yeah, trying to find the right one would be kind of hard, but you could go, for instance, with just an Electric with status effect and haste, and then normal glass cannon, or even status effect and skill damage and normal glass cannon. That'll be close enough to this. I do like having the build. I use it here and there sometimes, but yeah, it gets very much outclassed by Eclipse. There we go. 421, then it's fine. I don't want to redo that. And yeah, 3.07. Build picture. Yeah, so 3.07. Let's actually maybe have a little sip. Yeah, let's get going. And on to 3.07. This is a combination hybrid, combining a Headhunter together with a Turret Drone hybrid, basically. And this in a high-end setup. Later on as well, we'll see on Character 5 a hotshot setup trying to achieve the same thing. Changes-wise, of course, yeah, the White Death kind of came back as one of the core weapons that we want to go for here as well. We're going with that. Although as well, I've been experimenting with the Scalpel and maybe getting a few more red cores, especially. Although as well with Future Perfect. And we'll actually maybe revisit this at some point in the future, as already a build showcase does exist about this specific build that you can go and watch if you're interested in what it can do. But yeah, what it kind of does is that, yeah, it has a turret and a drone at 6 skill tiers. They do not like great damage because, yeah, we don't have the brand bonuses behind those, but the brand bonuses are mostly there to pump up our weapon damage. And then what we can kind of see is that even with that White Death, with Determined, we can start on a red. The second shot can be an elite already. And from there, we can kind of, we're kind of going, and our top shot is actually even enough for a named, as long as it isn't an LMG or heavy, for instance. So this is actually a build that kind of does work decently well. I do find myself grabbing it quite often, especially going up against factions that do have helmets, because then I'll have my turret and my drone, especially, for instance, Hyenas. The rushers are the helmeted ones. They can be very easily killed by these turret and drones. Even if they don't hit hard, they'll just eat them up pretty quickly. And then what I do is then just focus on, just sniping around for myself. I do quite enjoy these builds, and yeah, there's a build showcase on them if you want to kind of see what they can do, because it might not be fully clear just from the build picture. If we take it into the game, we see, that is kind of saved like that. I want to also make a note here that, that's the case with all of the weapons we've seen so far. You may look at those build pictures and see higher grading than I have here. Usually on the characters themselves, I have actually ungraded items, and then usually my graded items actually live in the stash. So I grab them when I need them. So that's where that's where those gradings are. This build did not change much, of course. Some of the stats on some of these went from 15 to 13 headshot. White Death kind of came in. Scalpel, for instance, actually became much more usable because its base damage is not that much lower now anymore than everything else. And yeah, I've been kind of experimenting, having a few more red cores, as we can really easily flip those as well here and going with the Scalpel. To get this build together, though, is actually quite a hassle. We do need, for instance, a Picaros and then also a Brazos piece to recore, and then also 2 Habsburg pieces to recore. But we're not going for the super unicorns, we're just going for the unicorns, because here we have pieces that are not with talents, the chest piece is the talent piece. Well, of course, this build by itself, just because it isn't kind of an awkward hybrid, will require a bunch of optimization, making it not per se for the newer players. This is much more a thing to try out if you already have a ton of resources and can easily spend this to try it out, because you might not like it per se. And this build is actually one that I quite enjoy, and I do grab it quite often here, because you don't need the hardest hitting Hunter, you just need it to be enough. And honestly, sometimes it's kind of handy, for instance, here to have basically 2 very powerful decoys going around, kind of keeping you safe. And I'll cut it there. For .03, that's fine. Okay. Back here, back there. Next up. Striker Turtle Hybrid. 3.08, yeah. And in slot 3.08, we see the striker hybrid. Wait, let me have a sip as well because I'm raspy. Yeah, let's see if I can find my voice again, because we've gone nasally raspy for some reason. Hi, I'm IKEA. Hi, I'm a dumbass. Yeah. Let's go. Actually, let me catch up here. To try the deal I had done it for a while, but I think I'm not good as you can understand. I mean, you can just craft for them and stuff, especially if you have the resources. And that's kind of the thing. It's like very much a build that, you know, if you have some watch alts and stuff, it's not that hard to put together. Because actually the gloves and stuff, like the Habsburg pieces there, are much easier to get than, for instance, the chest, because there you need like 3, right? That's the difficult part. You're trying to hit 2 stats and a talent. Here you're just hitting 2 stats. Honestly, the piece that took me the longest to get on that was the Araldi chest. Just because I wanted it to have skill damage. And I just wouldn't want to drop for me. Like, it eventually as well dropped like for somebody else. Even though we kept the red core there, even. As well, you can also try the hotshot one. That's pretty close to it. As well, we're trying out as a build, that one. The hotshot one is quite easier to put together. That's on character 5 somewhere here. 5... Yeah, 5.07. I'll give you at least... there's also, yeah, the high-end one is... Actually, yeah, I don't know which one I would prefer. With it. I kind of like the high-end one better. But yeah, you don't... Yeah, you can get a taste of it with that one. Yeah, 3.08. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with 3.08. And on 3.08, we see the Striker Turret Drone Hybrid. Another hybrid, again, as well, Turdro. Usually that's my indicator of hybridizing towards a turret and drone setup. And here we see strikers with a memento and then record pieces on several parts to get to 6 skill tiers for the turret and drone. So this basically has a 6 skill tier drone. We're using as well perfect glass to kind of bump up both the damages of them and also of our own weapon. And this is very much a build of a combination of trying to get as much damage out of the gun together with decent enough still damage out of the turret and drone, of course. And yeah, not much, of course, changed for this. This isn't in this setup actually using the striker backpack anyway. We're using a memento. So it's kind of working out very easily for that. Also as well, if you're wanting to use it in this setup, you don't actually need this yellow core sacrifice. This yellow core could be on this mask. There is a specific reason I have it in this way though, where the mask isn't the record part, even though that, as you can see up there, it could be the record part because yeah, that is, the core has been actually record, but to red, which is basically back to red, of course there. But yeah, changes-wise, not much change here. The capacitor actually became a lot more powerful than it used to be last season, although, well, marginally more powerful, not severely, because yeah, the guy should get a bump up from its sub-weapon, the PDR, the weapon that it's based on, becoming a lot better. If we take it into the game, we see that repeating pattern of things being saved with 5 pieces, and that's also why that mask is actually the red here, because we could actually have just a red sacrifice here, and then with that memento, because yeah, the yellow could be there. But again, why this is saved here, and also what showed up on that build picture in the corner, is we could actually go with the Coyote here. A setup that works decently well. I prefer it, for instance, for the Negotiator to have the Coyote mask and have the Negotiator backpack. On this one, though, I do much more lean towards having that Memento backpack here. Yeah, with here with crit damage actually. Just making sure, because I have one saved with crit chance, I have one saved with crit damage actually on mementos even. And that actually makes it quite easy to just, for some builds, yeah, it requires a crit chance one. That way this mod doesn't actually get ejected into my mod pool. And yeah, build-wise, this is actually a pretty good solo setup. The turret drone kind of keep things off of you, and of course actually are potent enough to kill. They are 6 skill tiers, and we're bumping them up a little bit with the capacitor. We're using the damage component of the capacitor, and then we're maining the capacitor as its own damage and recouping some of the yellow cores into red cores, basically. Now, of course, this doesn't hit as hard as a red build, but the combination of having that turret and drone kind of also acting as decoys for you, just teammates for you, actually works pretty well. These used to actually keep up, well, high-end turret drone hybrids used to keep up with glass reds, for instance, really well. This doesn't per se keep up with a full red striker that well, but for instance, running this solo, I would much prefer running this solo, even without the revive hive, than running a full red solo, basically. Just because, yeah, this actually has much more survivability consistently, because those turret and drones will kill stuff for you on your sides, or things that you can not easily get to, but maybe be pinning you down, like, let's say, a sniper in a back corner or somewhere. And then, yeah, especially, of course, the memento being a really good solo piece there as well. This is, though, a little bit more of an expensive build to get together. Even if we were to go with a full red sacrifice, we're then recoring some striker pieces from being red cores to yellow cores. That will mean that, yeah, you will kind of need to spend some optimizations here. So it's not the most cheap build to put together, but also not, it's not horrendously hard. It does take some optimization resources. And also, as well, if you have most of the pieces together, you can actually kind of overlap it with the combat medic, because in layout they're actually quite similar, right? They use the same yellow cores with a crit chance or crit damage underneath it. They just have different skills kind of equipped. All right, that one's a little long, but yeah, this build needed a little bit more explanation anyway. How long was that actually? 4:45. That's fine. So, oh, wait. Showing connecting the chat, right? Stream still suffices, right? Yeah. I guess just OBS just messing out. Yeah, okay. Sitting there, I was like, am I deltaing the stream? But yeah, no, everything seems fine. Yeah, so next up is, oh yeah, Umbra. I feel you have to kind of say it like that, right? I'm equipping my Umbra. I would like to apologize to whatever people's accent that was. And hey there, game like a rookie. I like the name. And yeah, hey there. And hey, Jay. How goes the recording? So far, so good. We're kind of on track for hitting, not going overly long, which is a good thing. So far, actually, how long is this already? This is 35 minutes, and we're on halfway. Yeah, so kind of on par with some of the other videos. Very good build for cool skills. Oh, which one was that actually? Oh, any of the third drone hybrids? Actually, they don't care that much, but because you can pop the drone. You can pop the drone, and then like even before combat, and then like when you come up to the combat, you just put down the turret will have been refreshed, basically. Actually, the drones don't care much about cool skills. Like, yeah, you can't like instantly pop both, but it's much more like that kind of stuff is much more of a thing like with skills that you're kind of using to get like the Stinger Hive and the Fire Cam of Eclipse. Whereas the turret and drone, yeah, you can kind of just split out their timings. Yeah. Well, anyway, I hope everybody also is enjoying their Monday. They're apparently very rainy outside Monday. I wonder actually if earlier on there was like a very, although that was like 20 minutes ago or something, but yeah, it was a moment of like it was raining really hard against the windows. I wonder if that actually got picked up by the mic. Yeah, back to here, and yeah, let's talk about Umbra. Should I? I feel I should, right? Yeah, let's try. We might give up right away on it though. Oh, no, now we come up to Umbra. Yeah, let's not. Yeah, Umbra. Next up on 3.09 as we have it here. This setup of Umbra has, of course, existed for forever. Umbra did actually receive quite a hefty buff. It has much more crit damage than it used to have and rate of fire from its talent. And yeah, that has helped it out quite a bit. It is actually not per se equivalent to Striker or Heartbreaker or things like that, but it is getting closer, especially when fully stacked. And it's actually pretty easy to keep it decently fully stacked, except for the content that we do a lot, which is, for instance, countdowns and such. If you're kind of more playing solo-ish and stuff, or in a small team, much more coordinated, you can actually charge up before fights. When there's a lot of running involved with just random matchmates and stuff, it kind of works a little less good. But yeah, the changes to it have definitely pumped it up to be actually very usable, and we'll actually go into a build showcase with it in the future. It is the planned to be after the Bestie Legmo build showcase. We'll go actually into Umbra. Here I'm using it with the Lexington, of course, and actually the Strega as well. Kind of fits in pretty well. Although for the Strega, we would, of course, need to change a little bit of our crit chance, crit damages to kind of align more with it. If we take it into the game, one of the things that likely will actually happen for myself in the game for our Strega setup, as yeah, actually here, I have it saved with a Grupo as we have it here. I might actually change that to be 5 pieces as well here. So we can go with, for instance, Fox or Contractors or things like that. For instance, for maining an LMG, because yeah, there's plenty of good LMGs now as well. Although, of course, yeah, we would then want to swap this into something else. And yeah, of course, I do have, for instance, a Cheska backpack here that can slot in. One of the reasons we're going with Fenris here, or specific weapon damage on the backpack, is, yeah, we're gaining already quite a bit of crit damage. So a specific weapon damage one, or a backpack here, does actually substantially beat a crit chance, crit damage, or, well, crit chance or crit damage backpack brand. And then yeah, what we generally have is I have that Grupo piece there, of course, to be able to swap to a Coyote if I need to. Umbra as well is really good with rifles, for instance. One of the reasons I do have, for instance, here a classic M1A, although yeah, a lot of more now as well, the rapid firing rifles. Mess around quite a bit with it, of course, then with the Overlord backpack for that one. And yeah, it's a very easy build to put together. It is, of course, just red cord pieces, and that is very easy to get together. We can just... God damn it. It's... Yeah, kind of... Also... What was your name again? Let's block you for doing that again. It's fine. The dangers of standing out in the open. But yeah, if we want the kitty cat on the background, that's what we have to do. It's only here. Let's do that. Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, this might be snow even. I haven't even looked. Although, yeah, it's already snowed over here. Yeah. Let's go back here. Also, yeah, I can, because I was kind of losing it there as well, so that's fine. And next up, we come to Umbra. Yeah, let's not have that. Yeah, Umbra on 3.09 as we have it here. Umbra is a build that I've actually kind of have had in the build collection, basically, well, since its inception. Although now, of course, with the changes to it, where they've increased the buffs that you get from it to crit damage and rate of fire, it has actually become much more potent than it used to be. It is actually a contender for the third spot behind Strikers and Heartbreaker and Negotiator. Well, a fourth spot maybe behind those as actually a very usable build now as well. Of course, the downside of it is you have to get into cover and charge it up. But first off, yeah, kind of talking about the changes to it, it does actually now have decent damage. We compare it as well, of course, with any weapon type. It is kind of weapon agnostic, the same way that, for instance, Striker is, which is kind of nice because, yeah, we can, for instance, as well go with rifles. Actually, I feel fit in really well for Umbra, as well as they can, because yeah, as a class, they're kind of weak. But actually, if you're going for rifles, yeah, Umbra is actually a pretty good pick for them. And yeah, we definitely, in the setup, the chest is a pretty good piece, so we're kind of going with that, taking the Coyote, a Fenris backpack, and then specifically Fenris here, because we're already getting so much crit damage, of course, from the gear set as well, that actually the specific weapon damage, like Fenris here for ARs, does beat it out pretty consistently. But of course, we could go, yeah, for instance, with... Although, if we're going with LMGs and such, Contractors and Fox's Sparrow make a lot of sense. We would still want to keep this backpack slot, basically high-end, because the backpack of Umbra, well, it does help healing quite a bit. We also have 4 med packs. Those help healing much more than any backpack talent really does. If we take it into the game, one of the things I might actually change in the future is I might actually save this as 5 pieces Umbra, basically in the same way as we have with a bunch of other builds. And that way we can slot in... for instance, yeah, Contractors or a Fox's Prayer, although we would want to do that with a different backpack than the Fenris, of course, if we're maining an LMG or such. But yeah, for now it is safe for me to be able to either go with the Grupo or the Coyote, depending on how many Coyotes we kind of have in the group already. As for usage for this is very much a red build, but one that actually does require a little bit of either more of a coordinated group that isn't just running ahead, or you need to be very smart about how much you go into cover, because we need to go into cover, charge up a bonus. Basically, when we get out of cover for damage, we apply that to our weapon, basically doing more crit damage at a higher rate of fire. And because of that, for instance, in things like countdowns and such, you find yourself kind of, yeah, not having the time to kind of get into that cover, get the bonus. By the time you do, most of the things are, well, especially for instance, at the starting hunters, they're kind of dead already by the time you're kind of charged up. And a lot of other fights as well, you find yourself kind of being behind it. So yeah, it does have its downsides that way, but it's definitely usable. And yeah, alongside of basically Strikers, Heartbreakers, Negotiators being overall maybe a little bit higher than this, this does somewhat occupy the 4th slot, actually, as far as damage, or well, DPS-based damage dealing builds, because yeah, we're kind of excluding Hotshot and stuff, of course, that way. But yeah, if we're kind of doing shooty builds, this is kind of the 4th one in that row, in potency. And yeah, it's a very easy build to put together. It comes with red cores. You kind of reuse some of the pieces, especially if you already have, for instance, other builds similar to this. Although, of course, yeah, this does use a backpack, which a lot of builds don't. You could, of course, yeah, just go with Grupo if you just need an easier piece, because you might have that, for instance, from Hunter's Fury or some such. And yeah, weapon-wise, it is a weapon agnostic, so it can go with, it comes with crit chance and reload speed. It can go with a lot of weapons here, especially for instance as well, for instance, Pestilence even, or Bighorn. It has a reload bonus as well, so actually slower reloading weapons benefit from it quite a bit. Rifles as well, I feel, are a very decent pick for here, because this is one of the builds where this and Negotiator, where rifles definitely can be decently potent, but although for a class, of course, they're pretty weak compared to, for instance, ARs, sadly. So hopefully they'll get a buff, especially the second stat kind of needs quite a big push up. Overall, a build that is well worth trying out, especially for a different playstyle. I generally grab this if I'm kind of bored of strikering and heartbreakering, and I just want to play it a little bit different, because just that difference of, okay, I need to go into cover and then come out to fire. That means that also now I'm kind of looking at cover quite different. All short cover is kind of out of the way. I need tall cover because I need to be out of cover to fire, and I'm standing up. So I need basically corners and such. It changes a little bit how you're interacting with the game, and that's sometimes enough. There we go. 536. How did that happen? Why did we go so long on it? That didn't feel like 536. Yeah, fine. It's fine. I just rambled way too much then. Okay, let's get off of Umbra. Aye, laddie. Put on your Umbra. Yeah. Let's go here before the Scottish just break into my house and bash in my skull. Yeah. Next up, Red Affair. It's actually loaded in the game. Umbra means shady. Yeah, Umbra usually is like nighttime or darkness and stuff, right? This comes, isn't it Latin? The Roman? Latin? Roman Latin? Latin. It's gonna, that's made by Team for me. Ah, nice. Romania, yeah. Umbrella song. That would be the theme song for Umbra, right? That would be how did I shoot that song? Yeah, let's not. I was kind of trying to remix it in my head into from umbrella to umbra, just umbrella. Yeah. And also using a that coming with the same season actually as well. I think it did, right? Usina plus Heartbreaker was Usina was first 4 seasons, wasn't it? I think it might have been season 4 after Bells though. Okay, no, was it season 9? Okay. Yeah, it's kind of all melting together. But yeah, that kind of makes sense actually then that they like kind of snuck that in. Easy na get again. Oh yeah, I did say yeah. No, I meant like more Greco or because yeah, I need the Latin was the language of Rome. Yeah. What is a good protection versus elites build? Kind of depends what you're using it for. If you're saying they're like solo, for instance, for fighting rogues or such, this like 516. I'll link to the build collection there. Well, no, actually, so yeah, I updated all of the. I updated all of the the links on Nightbot. So all of those are actually now working again. So this is overall one of my preferred ones for especially just fighting rogues and stuff, or just, when you need PFE. Very standard setup, just, yeah. Especially maining the Scorpio here kind of works really well. But yeah, it's that linked picture takes you there. But also, yeah, in the build collection itself, I have multiple. Although actually, you know what? I'll link to the recommended because you have multiple options. I'll link to the recommended imbo chats. In that list, there's a header of just PFEs basically. So I'll pop up in a second. But overall, this is like the easiest one and kind of, not per se easiest one because there's catharsis in it. But basically that layout, you can swap some pieces in and out if you prefer differently. Oh, it's a bit season because from perfect sounds come out. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. The closer is. Oh yeah, as well. Setup came out that season as well. Yeah, so yeah. Indeed. No, it was good, yeah. It's more, in my head, all of those seasons are kind of smelting together. Good improvise is a resource thing. Yeah, keep in mind as well that improvised pieces, they will usually require some optimization and stuff. It's not per se a beginner setup, but it's well worth at least getting the pieces together because even if you don't have like the stats maxed out, it still will work decently well. Even if you haven't fully optimized it yet. Because having the right stats is more usually important than max stats. Let's go to 310. Yeah. And continuing on with 3.10, we're coming here to Red FI. Red FI is a setup where we kind of try to take FI and redify it. Pun intended there somewhat. And we're recording 5 pieces to kind of go full into the damage. There is some benefits to this as well, where we're kind of actually doing some decent damage. We're not hitting super hard, but here, for instance, with a capacitor, we're still hitting decently hard. And keeping ourselves having our damage. For that, of course, we give up some of our healing, but it is very, very worthwhile, especially in a 7-man team, kind of like with raids or countdowns, to have one of these around. Not much change, of course, for FI itself. For this build, the Cheska losing 2 didn't make too much of a difference. Instead of 54, we're at 52 now. We are expecting to basically have coyotes around us because we're basically leaving that to them just for ourselves to take the BTSU. The capacitor actually fits in pretty well here, although actually on a different Redify, I'm actually going with Bullet King. You can also go with many weapons actually here. So in the past, I did used to also have, for instance, the St. Elmo in that slot. The capacitor here at 2 cores is actually kind of at even odds with a lot of other weapons in this slot. We're still going here with it and kind of wasting its damage components. But yeah, quite a few weapons could actually match it or surpass it, especially as well, for instance, with if you trigger killer or such. But you wouldn't per se want to run this solo. This is very much a group buff build. Getting it wise, it is actually very, very an annoying build to get together. As we kind of see here, I have it again as well, saved in those same 5-piece setups as we've been seeing with quite a few builds on this character. And that is, again, because we can go with different options here. One of the things is, we could just put in a coyote of our own, for instance, in a 4-man team. But yeah, the BTSU works really well, especially getting this, giving the bonuses to this hive. And we can even get the overcharge to work for our teammates, where we overcharge first ourselves, basically blowing up a hive, getting ourselves to skill tier 6 and overcharged. And then if we do it again while we're overcharged, we're actually applying it to the team. So we can actually even do that supercharge. One thing that has become much more useful now is the mechanical animal. The weapon itself has become much more useful. The SIG, the base weapon it is based on. And this, of course, being the perfect version of future perfection, does actually give us 4 skill tiers at max, and we're at 2. So we could actually, with this weapon, go from being at 2 skill tiers all the way to 6 and then overcharging ourselves. I find myself maining this quite a bit. You see as well actually that I have a different weapon here kind of saved up as a backup because the capacitor is kind of saved with many builds. I'm kind of getting a fall here in with measured. This is kind of used as a weapon for reduced, if I want to extend the amount of that my ammo will go, basically trying to conserve some ammo. But yeah, as we kind of saw, capacitor is a good pick, although a lot of weapons here will be a decent pick for this. It is, of course, yeah, a very annoying build to get together because we're recording yellow cord items. This will mostly drop with yellow stats here. We need to find them with crit chance or crit damages here to record them. That might take a bit. That will also eat up some resources. Not a beginner-friendly build, but definitely a build worth having, especially if you count down a lot. And even going into the raids, actually, it is well worthwhile to have one of these up. It doesn't do much in the form of healing, but it doesn't need to as well. It's basically relying on other people. If they get hit hard, they'll just use their med pack, be back at full health. It has a little bit of healing here and there just to help it along if they take a little bit of chip damage. But you're not really focusing on that healing, not in the way that, for instance, a combat medic would. At least I don't when I run this build. A build well worth having, a build that, yeah, I have kind of on main account and also on second account, and even on third account, I have a red device, because they're very useful, for instance, for countdown. We're getting more and more rambly. 437, that's kind of fine. That one has more explaining than most builds anyway, which is dangerous. We'll try to rein it in. Although, yeah, it's also with a bunch of them to explain the... As for instance, this one should go a bit faster. As we go to Thunder Fury. You can do it for skill tier 6 and do it again for the overcharge, yeah. Yeah, you should maybe put that in things and stuff. At some point. It's basically, it is in the, yeah, for instance, the Red FI's build showcase and stuff like that, but yeah, it just comes up here or there. It is semi-well known, I feel, although, yeah, maybe forgotten sometimes here. Reddit FI, yeah. Cavalier said, can it be good in PV? Not particularly. It's like, it's not the worst loss if one person is kind of running it, and especially back when like Shock was around, I was actually kind of considering making a red version of Cavalier. And then also using the modifier for that extra. Basically, with, you know, Cavalier plus 2-piece Cheska was already 50, 60 from the watch. You would get a little bit more from that one modifier, and you can maybe, you know, help. At the very least, you would shorten the amount of time that people would get shocked and stuff, right? But honestly, it's just, yeah, it's too much flash for the bang. Just doesn't, yeah. You could have also just be a red and just killed whatever's shooting other people to shocked. It's kind of thing. At least it's more interesting than some of the other stuff just because of that group component to it. It does get used here or there, but for instance, well, we don't use the full parts actually, but like as a 2-piece, it gets used in, but that's for the raid tank, not so much, you know, general PvE. But for instance, the raid tank kind of uses two-piece Cavalier because that's just a lot of hazard protection just to get from 2 pieces. So there we use 2-piece Cavalier, but yeah, we don't generally use the full set. I've been meaning to, yeah, I was kind of thinking of making a red FI or a red Cavalier setup. And yeah, trying to just transfer my hazard protection kind of. But that was then they nerfed shock, and like it was like, yeah. But at least when the shock was around, there was like a big enough threat that like it might have been worth it. But that's not. Yeah, they don't tell you that till you reach 2,000 hours. So actually, if you could forget it, you didn't hear it from me. There's NDA. We're not supposed to share it with people that have less than 2,000. If you don't mind, I'll go get my Men in Black kind of thing of those, like just zip. Although actually, you know what? We'll put that actually in things and stuff. Because yeah. You know what? Because I will forget that like in 10 minutes. Using BDSU overcharge to get to skill tier 6 even on full red will allow a second overcharge during second activation during the overcharge. Let's change that. During the overcharge to supercharge the team. Actually, yeah, that should totally be in things and stuff. That's like a fitting thing. I got sidetracked there, but actually a worthwhile one. Yeah, let's all right, let me catch up here for yeah, we thought the same thing indeed there. As the cooldowns though, I mean, I find myself using BTC and then overcharge once per room, and usually the overcharge cooldown sets before the switch from overcharging next. Yeah, it is much more annoying to do, definitely, than just you know. If you have the 6 skill tiers, it's just you deconstruct it. But sometimes as well, you just try to toss it out because you have to like wait for a few charges, but it might also just eat those charges very quickly, especially if you're not set up to do the instant deconstruct, which I am not set up for. It's, you know, it might eat the charges before you actually get your deconstruct to happen, which is quite, you know, annoying. So it's definitely kind of finicky, but doable. Yeah. That's good enough for just, especially like sometimes during the hunters or something, I try to get it off just to, if a few people have gone down, just to get them their revive hives back and stuff. Yeah, let's go with this. So I should put this. Wait, let's full screen this again. Let's have this be not there. There we go. 3.11. And next we come to 3.11. Here we have Hunter's Fury, just in a bog standard SMG setup. We're going with Sokolov Grupo still, and then Vigilance Obliterate for this setup. We could, of course, go with other talents here as well. For SMGs, though, I very much like Vigilance Obliterate. Here I'm also going with 2 blue cores. This is kind of a main setup that I very much like, and then we have those 4 here. Although, of course, solo, having a Memento in there works pretty well. And now as well, you can actually put a Cheska chest alongside of the Memento if you're going Memento route. And of course, yeah, we now have the option to flip crit damages onto the weapon as well, which is kind of nice. And yeah, not much changed about Hunter's Fury. Basically, everything's the same. Although, of course, yeah, some of the brand bonuses changed a little. The weapon choices changed quite a bit. Chatterbox now definitely one of the top picks for this build, especially solo. The Chatterbox can do amazing things if you're kind of even half using it right. I'm bearing that here as well. With Attack Vector, of course, one of the better SMGs of this season. One thing as well, going from, of course, what this used to have quite often was Oreo, going back to a high-end weapon. We can also, we can have exotics as our secondaries or kind of mains, maybe even. But we can, especially a high-end with a Scorpio pairing is actually a very worthwhile setup. And yeah, we can go, of course, go very, with a lot of different ways of setting this up. One, of course, that I actually wanted to kind of maybe talk about here is, maybe even putting a Vigil, the Versatile. Versatile has become much more useful now as well, somewhat due to the crit damage changes on the mods, because actually we can set it up in a way where we're doing all crit damage mods on the weapon, taking the crit chance on the gear, and especially when we're pairing it from SMG and shotgun, because that would be one of the potent ways of using that Vigil. Shit. What is the talent? God damn it. Why can I not? We're cutting it there as well. That wasn't clear. Why can I not remember the talent? Versatile. There we go. I think I even said it earlier, right? Yeah. Let's try again. 311. And in 311, we see a Hunter's Fury setup. This is the bog standard SMG setup, at least to me. We're going with a Sokolov group apiece. Obliterate Vigilance, kind of my preferred talents for it. Although, of course, you can set it up in many ways. This is just one of the recommended ways that I have it, and kind of the way that I run it quite often. Here as well, taking it with 2 blue cores. That is especially for the shield. Not so much for the armor of the build itself, but just to have a little bit of a stronger shield. What mainly changed for this build, because the build itself did not change much. Of course, Grupo and, for instance, if you were to use Cheska or something, did lose a little bit. The weapons quite changed. We're going here with Attack Vector with Measured as well with these talents. Although, of course, if you're kind of running the Solo Killer is also a very good choice. Making as well the Dark Winter, for instance, here a really good choice. Chatterbox, if you're kind of doing the thing that it requires, and if you're keeping it above 2 or 3 stacks consistently, which isn't hard to do, and especially if you are kind of on 5 stacks and kind of going all ham, it is amazing of a tool. Here as well, we no longer really are going with the Oreo, for instance, where the Oreo was, of course, so much higher damage and everything else. You're going nowadays with some high-end weapons here. Also allows us, for instance, to have a Scorpio secondary, which really does help this build. Because if you run into something kind of dangerous, you can kind of stagger it and stun lock it with the Scorpio. Other options, of course, we kind of have in this corner where we have either going with Ridgeway, which is actually a very potent thing to do nowadays because of that Sadist buff. Ridgeway is actually much more usable than it used to be. I do like it, especially though, for instance, more on PFT kind of setups, as we'll actually see on Character 4. But you can also go Memento. Memento Cheska is the way to kind of go for if you're going Memento, because you can take the crit damage on there, and then the Cheska kind of aligns there. One thing as well as I kind of wanted to go into here is, for instance, putting in Vigil with Perfect Versatile. Nowadays, with the changes to the mods, especially on weapons, we can take, for instance, all crit damage on the SMG. Then we only have 21 crit chance from the second stat of the SMG. And then if we pair it, for instance, with a shotgun, because that combo is really good for Versatile, on the shotgun, we can put 10 crit chance on it. And now the difference actually between them isn't that 36 or, well, 31, depending on how many mods there was. 31 usually, for instance, for Oreo. And then to a shotgun, which would be 10. That was quite a 21 difference, right? Nowadays it can be just 10 difference in the crit chance, and that's actually very nice for for instance, Vigil with its perfect Versatile. That's actually a setup that you can kind of go here. If we take it into the game, we kind of see actually that, it's saved with some other weapons, mostly because, I already have that attack vector from another build. We also have here an Dark Winter at the ready, for instance, for plopping in, as well an Emmeline's Guard, and then an MB7 and a converted SMG9 A2, although this should be not the A2 version, as we kind of discussed. But I kind of like having, if we already have the SMGs, I might actually just put different SMGs here, just to have multiple options, and then I might also try them out and just play around with them. That's also kind of how I build up my knowledge on which weapons are kind of worth running just by having random quite a lot. But yeah, overall, this kind of setup is what I go with. This is, of course, a very easy build to set up. We just, in this case, we're recording 2 pieces. That will come at a cost because yeah, they drop with red cores. One thing as well here actually that I have here is that all of the pieces are actually record on the core. That means if I wanted to go, for instance, 4 blue cores, I can, or even full red if I wanted to, I can. Especially as well, if I put in a memento, I usually take away these 2 blue cores. I don't need them here. I just want 2 skill tiers on the shield, basically. The memento would just provide that by itself, of course. And it's well worth having. This is kind of the run and gun build of the game, much more so than, for instance, Striker or such. Mostly as well because it has some protective functions in that healing to itself, and of course the disorient to enemies, especially if a pack kind of spawns upon you, you just murder one of them, that kind of disorients everything around it. That will save you quite a bit, and of course, yeah, just the armor on kill that this kind of has. And it has, of course, very decent damage. Hunter's Fury has always been a very potent build, and definitely one to consider. Yeah. $438. Okay, now we need to, because yeah, we kind of need that other character, right? Let's bring them here already. Because yeah, the next one is one that we've already talked about, which is that backfire build. Because yeah, I traded that backfire build to this character, but then we'll basically are gonna talk about the build that we built on the other character, which is the OD.
Safe area detected.
And just to have the character, so yeah, we'll have to swap and swap back once. That's not too bad.
Entering safe area.
Wanna stand in the food. Placing the cat correctly. Yeah. Yeah. Let's start on this picture and then go over here and then back. And as we come to 3.12, there's a little bit of a caveat here. The build actually in 3.12 is not this build. If we can zoom in, you'll see that in the corner it says 112 there. And that's for a reason, as yeah, the 312 is actually was an empty black spot. And last time we kind of went past it. Actually, I moved the backfire build from character 1 to there, which I quite often do. We just move around some builds. They might fit better on a different character or such. Or I might want to, for instance, in this case, I wanted the OD actually on character 1. So yeah, I kind of moved that build to them. And because we've already covered this, and if you're interested in this 3.12, go to character 1's overview, where it was also in the 12th slot. So, and yeah, we kind of already went through this, and this build actually in the future might get a build showcase by itself as well. So actually what the build that will kind of alter in, which is kind of the trade piece that kind of happened, was 1.12. And yeah, that is this OD as we have it here. We'll zoom in a little bit here. OD, actually, one of the things that I wanted to mess around with it is that, especially for shotguns, we don't have that many choices for shotgun talents, especially on the chest. So Intimidate is usually my go-to for if we're going with shotguns. But of course, usually we need a partner talent to kind of trigger Intimidate with. So usually we go Adrenaline Rush, Intimidate. But of course, Perfect Opportunistic is actually a very good talent as well that we could use for shotguns. But then what do we put on the chest piece? And then especially now that the OD is actually much more powerful and potent just with its chest piece, it became kind of actually, I wanted to try this setup out. And it's actually been working pretty well. I've ran it here and there. We're triggering opportunistics, of course. We're kind of not having to deal much with ammo, especially, for instance, in Countdown and such. This works pretty well, although I would maybe, yeah, I've been playing around with how red we kind of want it. OD, of course, as we kind of discussed on 3.01, got a big buff to what its chest talent does, which is it went from going from 20 to 35 instead now to from 20 for the talent to 50 with the chest, making the chest much more usable. And we're kind of making use of that here, especially for instance for shotguns that kind of were lacking many of options. If we take this into the game, the role of this, of course, and we are over on character 1 as well for it, because, yeah, that's actually what the build is. The role of this is to, do the same OD thing, kind of mark a bunch of enemies, make them die. Here as well, we're kind of providing a second group of in opportunistic, one that doesn't get used much anyway. And then, we're using Sadist in accordance with our OD to kind of, get a really good weapon talent, making this actually hit decently hard. And when well used, actually can kill pretty quickly, especially as well with modifiers and such, of course. If we hit Reversal and by the teeth, I can, even with this, kind of burn through enemies pretty quickly. And as I was talking about, we've been playing around with going different routes with the blue cores and such. And I'm, not per se fully sold either way on having less or more, especially in the open world. I like having 2 blue cores here, especially again with the shield here as well. It is, of course, a pretty easy build to get together, kind of in the same way as with the OD. We could, especially if we're going all red, although here we're recoring 2 pieces, so for those we need some optimizations and stuff. The setup isn't too hard of a backpack to get. You will get the blueprint eventually from the blueprint pool of the supply rooms from control points. A coyote in there, although of course, we could go, for instance, with a group of piece here if there's already too many coyotes. As always, I have those things kind of at the ready. I might actually in the future as well make this a 5-piece and then even try to maybe be able to alter this to maybe have other pieces in here, other backpack, and then maybe like go with rifles and such as well. But this allows actually for a pretty good test bed to kind of play around with shotguns with OD, and especially shotguns and pistols as well, kind of lacking good talents for chest. Basically, Intimidate is their go-to for it. OD actually kind of is a good fill-in for that, especially because of the now new and improved Sadist applying 30% to bleeding enemies. $453, fine. Getting way too rambly, actually. Let's park him in. I feel bad living in New York. Let's leave him back here. Let me catch up here. I was just gonna in my own world there. And hey there, Blur.
Safe area entered.
Let me guess. We're pulling short rations.
Good thing. That's insane. No, it is in fact very sane. It is the sanest thing to do. Because I can even, for instance, use when if you're using, for instance, Future Perfect or something, and that takes you to 6 skill tiers. From that point, you can also actually, you basically need to be at 6 skill tiers for it to apply as a group wide one. But yeah, there's some ways of getting there.
Entering safe area.
Yeah. On to the next one. Yeah. 3.13. And we arrive at 3.13, one of the more popular builds of the build collection. The Striker Tech Tank, the Striker Bruiser, as it's called, in brackets, Tech Tank. And yeah, this is one of the core tech tanks. Striker and Heartbreaker are very much my go-to tech tanks. And if you're wondering what is a tech tank, well, first of all, I have also like other videos on them that go much more in depth, but at the core of it, it is a memento with a few more blue cores, getting a 6-tier shield, and then here as well, getting healed by a 2-tier artificer. So we're kind of every 10 seconds, we have a shield that is 6.45 million. And that's getting healed every 10 seconds for 43% of its amount. And yeah, those are very much a type of build that I enjoy using solo. These have basically very strong shields that you can just hide behind. The rest of it is set up towards damage. Here as well, actually, I've gone with the Chameleon as the main picture for it, as the Chameleon actually did get pretty good buffs to it, basically reduction to the amount of shots that it kind of needs. Its bases as well kind of got altered a little bit in its favor, making it a very potent piece. It was already a decent piece ever since the changes to the third stats and where we could put detox on it. And it aligns actually pretty well here with this build, because this is very much a close range build that likes to get close into people's faces, and then we trigger this one up. Although, of course, yeah, putting there's a bunch of other weapons we can go with, especially as well. Striker is a really good choice for this. Although, yeah, you need to alter your crit chances a little bit around. As well, for instance, yeah, Dark Winter, or just, of course, a Lexington although I would go actually a Killer if we're using this solo, most likely, as that's kind of the place for it. The changes of Striker don't affect this build really at all, because it's not using the backpack already. It's using a memento instead, so basically, those changes did not come into here because, yeah, it was really only the backpack that got changed. Weapon-wise, though, yeah, it did affect our choices a little bit. This used to run with an Oreo. That's kind of out of the picture for now. As, yeah, for instance, a Chameleon or a Striker can kind of outdo it pretty consistently. And, yeah, I've been kind of enjoying it with the Chameleon. If we take it in-game, first of all, yeah, that Striker backfire build just to show as well. That did make it over here to this character, as yeah, sometimes I do trade basically builds between characters, and that build actually, yeah, does make a little bit more sense over here. Going back to the Striker Tech Tank, yeah, it is very one of my core builds that I just quite often will grab. All my characters has a form of Tech Tank, basically, so yeah, they are very much something that I basically every character of mine kind of need to have, although I try to keep it, yeah, for instance, character 1 has a high-end, character 2 has a negotiator, character 3 has a striker, character 4 has a heartbreaker. They're, at least different between them, because they do play a little bit different between them. One choice we could make here as well, and kind of is an option, is to go, for instance, with the striker chest as well. Although here I would definitely kind of go with Chameleon, because with the Chameleon we can't really swap off. We can start with the ACS to get stacks and then swap to the Chameleon, but generally I just main the Chameleon and we kind of go with that 100 stack option. We could though, yeah, put in different weapons that may not be as affected by swapping to the ACS and back. And then go with the striker chest, and that will actually, of course, very much increase the power. Although here we're using it without the backpack, of course. So, but that is kind of this, yeah, what it always was with the chest option. As a build to get together, we do need to find a few pieces to recore. We also need a memento, which is sometimes hard to get. Although, of course, yeah, it's the luck of the draw. You might get it pretty easily. And then, yeah, we do need to recore 3 striker pieces because these will drop with red cores. That's also why the Heartbreaker setup is kind of easier to get together, because there we're recording 1 blue core to a red. Here we're recording 3 reds to blues. That does come at a cost, but not exorbitant, because yeah, you can even leave them unoptimized for the time being and try to build that and kind of see if you like it. Definitely one of the core builds that I would recommend to have, as I very much run them a lot, and very potent by themselves. This is my go-to for solo play. Mm, 440. Yeah, we're getting more Emily. I can feel it. Although, yeah, we're also reaching. We're coming up again. We have 3 more builds. So looking over there, so watch mules and 1 mission Coney Island, boss drops high end. Oh, 31 ones. 1 mission in high. Is that like consistent? In the early mission. So the ballpark one, you mean? That would be interesting. Although, yeah, that would still be like very slow, right? But then, yeah, so what's his name? Brenner? Petrus Brenner? Huh. But does he actually, like, every time drop a high end? Because I don't think I've ever actually done those missions at 30. We just go there, get the XP, and gonna go. But yeah, it would still, you know, the Brooklyn Bridge method would be still like way faster, right? Because if it's the bus, might be cool though to, like, yeah, if you have like, if you want, for instance, yeah, putting that in things and stuff, I wouldn't mind. But if you want, just like take a screenshot of it or something and like put it in there, and then we can, you know, I can credit you as well. Yeah, let's go to this one. Just need to travel to DC on my. Okay. No, I'll give it a try as well. Yeah. $3.14. And with 3.14, we come to this character's PFE. Kind of like Eclipse, and kind of like having a tech tank, and kind of like having a striker. All of my characters usually have a PFE on them. They're very useful, of course, dealing with rogue fights and such. But also outside of that, in for instance, countdown and such, for extraction, they can be very powerful. On this one, I have an SMG one. Changes wise, of course, yeah, we did change the weapons. This used to be very much an Oreo build that has gone to becoming an attack vector, of course. That does again allow us to, for instance, bring in a Scorpio secondary, which is kind of nice, just to stun lock some of the more dangerous enemies, let's say hunters during extraction or such. This build though might actually see a little bit of revamp in the future, but for now we'll just showcase it as is. And that is that, yeah, with the attack vector and such, we're landing on the 60, and then we don't really need any crit chances, although we could forgo the Cheska, of course. But here I've kind of gone down a weird path where we've gone with crit damage and headshot. Not per se the best of choices, because these 5 headshots together kind of get me, when I do hit a head, basically get me 20% more damage than if they weren't there and were just, for instance, weapon handling or such. This one was very much kind of just, I'm going all in on, well, not all in on damage, of course. We're keeping the PFE end, but, and this is as well the build that kind of has all my 13s on it. If we take it into the game, yeah, it actually does have, as I've been quite often, people have gone, that's photoshopped, or you just move the mod around the whole time. Now, this actually does have 6 13 PFEs. I have a further 3 13 PFEs. That's actually on character 4. We'll see that a little bit in the future. I'm kind of likely going to rework this build. One of the things we see already here is, yeah, that is actually still saved with an Oreo. We're kind of going to step away from that and kind of go with crit damage on the weapon, because we can do that now, of course. And then we can flip a few of these headshots to something much more useful. In my case, I'm likely going to go with a chest and a backpack that don't have this headshot anymore, making them just common backpacks, basically. Much more easy to get as well. And then I might actually flip these headshots over to weapon handling then, having 3 weapon handling rolls to have. Although, yeah, I'm kind of still debating what we're going to do with it. PFE is, of course, is very handy for certain situations. As we kind of said already, they're rogue fights. They kind of guarantee a completion, basically, making it much more consistent to get through them. Not per se faster, of course. You can just kill them quite quickly with a red, but when rogues pop up, I just grab this and it's a non-fight, basically. Same, for instance, as well, in countdown and such during extractions, these can push in and kind of do PFE things, which is kind of just be in the hunter's faces, the Black Dusk at the end's faces, keeping them busy while everybody's just slowly murdering them so that not many shots go towards your allies. PFE builds aren't easy to put together. You usually need a few improvised pieces. Here we're using all 3 improvised pieces as a high-end wood, generally, of course. And because of that, yeah, we need pieces that we optimize and such. These are pretty costly. These need to be crafted. But of course, as well, not super expensive. And then, yeah, having the 613 PFEs, yeah, that may take a while. I've been pretty lucky with my 13 PFEs, mostly from legendaries as well, from Legendary Summit and Legendary Strongholds. That's usually where you can best farm for them. They're either set Summit and then with a few directives with gear mods, or go for the Strongholds if they have gear mods on them, which occasionally happens. But this one, I might give a rework. Taking it much more conventional. Will likely go crit damages on the weapon with a high end, taking it down to having crit chance, crit damages here on the chest and backpack, and likely swapping maybe those 3 headshots to weapon handling, making a little bit more sense there, because, yeah, combining headshot and crit damage, definitely not the greatest choice, but we really didn't have much other options, especially when we were using an exotic weapon where we couldn't do that. Very rambly, but we got there. Yeah. Let me catch up here. Doesn't have any build with capacitor. Dozens. I think, yeah, the build collection got linked there. That's actually the thing I'm kind of going through here. We're recording basically a video for YouTube end, but yeah, I'm going through 3.01 here to 3.16, basically character tree. That's, oh, well, actually, I'm not even showing the build collection. Well, that's not right. That's right. But yeah, we're kind of showing 3, but yeah, you can have a peek through there. Also, at the top of it, there is a recommended build list with recommended builds, because not every build in here is recommended. Anyway, thanks, Chris, for linking that. But a capacitor are basically any of the hybrids, drone hybrids or combat medics. Basically any yellow-red hybrids are usually with a capacitor is just the better choice there. Yeah. $3.15. This one. A little or something. Yeah, $3.15. And with that, we move on to 3.15. We'll see 2 builds here coming up on 3.15 and 3.16, which are much more testing builds than actual useful builds. This one is based around a regen. This is basically a regen build with SMG, and it's called the Armor Ball. This is just as a test bed for armor regen. We're also kind of going all in on armor regen, more so than we would want to, maybe, because we're also using, for instance, the alongside of Bellstone and the Emperor's Guard and TB's Golem, going with some armor rolls on the gear, which generally we wouldn't do. But here I'm very much going all in kind of on armor regen together with that memento. We can again see that when we charge up the memento, we get up to this like 140k, which is kind of as high as you're going to kind of get it with any kind of setup. And that still kind of pales actually in comparison to the 200k kind of that a tech tank can do on the shield. Now, of course, this is always going on, and on your shield, it can't be jammed off of you and such. But then the damage of this thing is horrendous in comparison to a tech tank, for instance. And that's kind of the reason as well why I generally don't go with these kinds of builds. They're basically, I don't want to die builds somewhat. I'm still kind of putting in a little bit of damage. Of course, we're kind of still going with trying, for instance, that Cheska piece being in here and kind of trying to pump up some of the damage of the SMG there. But we're giving up way too much opportunity cost-wise. This is as well one of the builds to try to get Hunter Killer in here as best of a use as we can find for it, basically. Because generally, if it's only worth it if you're kind of going for that regen, to go for the Hunter Killer, because a normal Intimidate plus a brand bonus is generally better than oh well, at full stacks they basically land on the same number with Hunter with perfect Intimidate versus normal Intimidate on a damage brand. But then of course when they end at that same point, that means that their starting point is actually for the Hunter Killer for perfect Intimidate is actually much lower, because that brand bonus is always active. If you have a Cheska or a Grupo there, that's always going to be active. So yeah, here though, yeah, we're going for regen, so it's actually not the worst of picks. And then what we have here is 6.5% regen, basically, from percentage wise, and then a little bit more, a tiny bit more from those 5 armor regen rolls. Or well, 4 actually, because this one, of course, is the percentage one from Murakami or from the Emperor's Guard. If we take it into the game, we see that it is kind of in that same way. I'm using this as well to kind of save other SMGs, as we kind of had with the Hunter's Fury build that we had there. Just to have other weapons available, because, yeah, even though I'm showing it with the attack vector there, but yeah, the attack vector is at the ready from the strikers on this character. And overall, this is not that useful of a build. It is sometimes kind of nice, for instance, on lower difficulties, especially if we're not per se going for time, but we just, I want to chat with chat, and I don't want to care about surviving if we're doing like on normal for, let's say, a priority objective or something. That might grab this. But that's, of course, not a real usage of a build. But this is very much, yeah, just a test bed, kind of to see how far we can push armor regen. And it turns out that, yeah, it's not really worth it. And I'll cut it there. Flash. And yeah, 516. Which is another test bed. Yeah, let me catch up here. I mentioned earlier, but I've been running your Defy as a hybrid support, but I've been running foam as a semi-3-way support option for what? So management can down with the advent of the new BT technology. You think something like a shock trap might be better than the foam, since I won't have a lot of time to foam while doing hive shenanigans after a preparation shot the shock glass. 15 seconds. It's not the worst idea, and yeah, would trigger the galvanize. The shock trap does actually, it doesn't gain extra positions, but it does increase in radius, right? When you get the, because explosive trap does. Yeah, that could actually be an interesting way to use that. Although generally, yeah, I like having the shield in there. So I have it in here as well, right? Because that has a bunch of blues, so might as well just have a shield to kind of bounce off of that. But yeah, you can mess about with it indeed. And that is also why this is the indeed again set up like that BTSU just to trigger that. Oh, yeah, shark trap. Because I could already have it out and then it would just increase the radiuses. Not the worst idea. Another option to break galvanized, but there's no shock hive or something. Yep. Well, I mean that's kind of they're balancing it pretty well. With this insane operation. Although well, as I kind of said in that thing, like I don't find them too useful just because, at least on the PvE end, yeah, you have like although the PvP ones, of course, are with that momentum and stuff. They kind of, I find tech tanks usually just so much more damage, and then even though it is more your shield than you yourself regenning, that works well. Fancy edition. It's the option for my team, or please only for my galvanize. Yeah. Other thing is, with the shield and stuff, you can also kind of push close and stuff. Because what I do with that one is I just go I kind of run it as interference as well into enemies a little bit, and just Scorpio for my disorient and for the shock then triggering. Although yeah, with the shock it triggers pretty late, right? That's the downside of it. From where we're going. Yeah, definitely. You want to, as you're saying there, you want to keep the F5 buff up that same exact. I don't want to give up that one for because yeah, would with the shield with Vanguard would make more sense, but we want to keep the FI at 25. But even then, without like just because I just main the Scorpio basically with that and just get the 6 shot out. Well, the 4 shot on the yeah, let's talk about this one, which is also just a test bed build. Not a real thing almost. And we come to 3.16. The last of the builds on this character, yeah, so we kind of said with the other one, these last two are kind of test beds. This one very much as well is a test bed build. This is combining explosive resistance together with hazard protection. It is fully hazard immune at 100%. It is 90% explosive resistance, which is the cap as well. You can't actually go higher than that, even though it doesn't state that really anywhere. But yeah, you'll find out when you put more of it in this build, which you can, for instance, with which I was trying at first with 2-piece Richter and Kaiser. Which would go 95 in this case, but that didn't work actually because it does cap at 90. And then, yeah, it's with Vanguard, with Protector. This is not really a true build to use. There is, for instance, in a raid, this could be used as the raid tank, but as we already saw in Character 2, there's a much better setup for that with a bunch more regen and stuff. This, sometimes I do pull out to actually just check sometimes what is explosive damage, actually has explosive damage for some triggers and stuff in the game. For instance, if you've ever stood with the explosion in at the start of Capital, when they're blowing up that gate and you can get hit by it, Turns out that for instance, isn't actually an explosion. It doesn't actually get reduced by explosive resistance. It is actually just damage happening. Stuff like that. It's more just for messing about with that. Changes-wise, of course, not much changed to this build. It is actually now over hazard, because one of the things that did change is that, yeah, we now have 30% here on the Usina instead of the 20 that it had before. So we could get actually rid of... Oh, actually, shit, I've done that already, haven't I? I fixed up this build. Yeah, this used to have a YAL piece. What am I talking about? I was about to say, like, I need to change out this YAL piece, and then I see I have a bellstone there. Oh, a blue core piece without hazard protection for a second. Oh, well, actually, whatever's. Wait, let's break this. A hazard protector piece here. Because this was me at 70, right? Yeah, 70, so yeah, it's so I've already fixed it. I thought I didn't fix this one, yeah. But that's why that bellstone piece is up. Yeah. Keep that in. Wait, which one? Me just going all of that. Yeah. No, let's not waste people's time. Yeah, let's try that again. Yeah. Well, I've totally had versions up on... It's nowadays nice that you can edit segments out of a video, which I've used actually once already on Character 2's video. Because I had like a wrong segment like in there. Or like a point where I had cut, but then like I still put it in. So you had like, yeah. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go with this. And we arrive at last, unlikely least actually, on this case, 3.16, as we were talking about with the other build, the regen build on 315, with this last two being kind of test beds, not real builds, not really useful builds, but much more as test beds. And this one is a test bed for hazard protection and explosive resistance. As with the layout that we have here, we are 100% hazard immune, we're 90% explosive resistance, and there's actually the cap as well for explosive resistance. And I know that for a fact because actually I tried this one first with RNK, having forgotten about that fact. And then we would actually, with two-piece RNK, we were supposed to land on 95, but then it actually caps at 90. So yeah, we're going with one-piece Langmo here. This isn't very useful as a build. You could use this as a raid tank or such, although the other raid tanks that we kind of showed on Character 2, that's much more useful than this. I have used this here and there, especially to test out what is and isn't an explosion. So for instance, that initial explosion when they blow up the fence at the Capitol. With having explosive resistance, we can kind of test that and see that, yeah, actually it isn't explosion there, for instance. Very trivia stuff, not per se useful knowledge to have. I'm not sure when you're going to use that knowledge, but now you have it. And yeah, that's kind of what I use this setup for. Changes-wise, Usina, of course, went to 30% on the three-piece for hazard protection, which is actually pretty powerful now. That allowed us actually to take a YAL piece out here. This bellstone behind my head. This used to be a YAL piece. We put in a bellstone there instead, getting a 1% regen. We're also, yeah, still going here with Vanguard and then Protector, although the backpack is kind of free talentable to what we need it to be if we want to mess around with, for instance, yeah, Galvanize or other things, like maybe even Adrenaline Rush to kind of help our own survivability, which like raid setups kind of usually use. We're using the Langmo here for the explosive resistance alongside of it. I generally just never pick this build for actual use. I've done actually some heroic missions and stuff with this in the past, just to know how slow it would be. And yeah, it's horrendously slow, and actually not even that useful. And yeah, this is truly a I don't want to die build if you were to use it, for instance, on heroic. But yeah, kind of just as useless as that as well. If we take it into the game, we can also kind of see that, yeah, I have actually some other weapons here. Here I'm using that as well. The first two slots to kind of, yeah, put in some weapons that I might want to use here and there, an infantry MG5 here, and SR1, just because if I want to swap out to those. Because, of course, yeah, we'll be maining the pistol here at Liberty. Although, yeah, as on the build picture there as well, we had a Mosquito. Mosquito, of course, now much more usable than it used to be. You can actually kind of keep one enemy kind of focused upon you, which is, of course, very useful. And although, yeah, the Liberty can kind of heal your shield instead of that. This also kind of shows how much I use this build. The Liberty on this has not been optimized yet, even though I've had it for forever. Neither is the Mosquito on this character. It's not very hard of a build to put together. These pieces, of course, all come with blue cores already, and then we're kind of keeping some of their stats. It has taken some optimization here and there, but yeah, not very hard build to put together, but not a very useful build to have. If you're going for the raid tank, go for the one that we already discussed on character 2, I believe 2.16 likely. This one has some purposes, especially just, yeah, messing around with explosive resistance. Sometimes as well, I've used this for DZ testing to kind of see if with this amount of explosive resistance we can kind of push through mortars. And the answer is you can, but then you arrive at the other end, and likely they have 3 friends, and you can't do anything about any of that because you don't have the killing power to kind of follow that up with. A testbed build, sometimes useful to have, especially if you, like me, are into testing things, but in general, not per se very useful. $427, that build didn't deserve that, but that much time. How long is this all together? It is a total of 1 hour, 12 minutes. We are gonna slap on 2-minute outro to that. And wait, what happens if I actually do I just clip through the gate? No. Oh wow, the gate actually has collision. Surprising. I was expecting to go straight to that gate. Yeah, let's go back here. Let's select 316 to 3.01. Let's have that at the ready. Actually, let's put the light lens. Yeah. So, kind of putting the order of things and how I want to say it's kind of together in my yeah. And actually, yeah, what's the next video? So, I had a Langmo build series. And thus we come to the end of character 3, as we saw most of their builds, well, all of their builds, although actually, yeah, we excluded, we swapped one around, but we showed that one earlier with 3.12, the backfire build, although actually, let's try that again. Text is so tiny, I can't actually read. It's that one, right? Yeah. Oh, that's a chameleon, of course. I was like, it's likely the exotic weapon, but I went kind of there. Let's not look that silly. Let's go back here. And thus we come to the conclusion of this video, looking into character trees, all of their builds. And yeah, I've been kind of enjoying going through the characters this way, and also yeah, kind of explaining what the builds are for and what they're kind of how hard they are to get, together with their changes as well. Of course, I think that that a lot of people have found it useful so far. And yeah, we saw all of character trees builds. Although actually, yeah, we swapped out, of course, 312 for 112 around basically. But that was a trade. So yeah, we kind of showed what actually did come into the build collection which was the 112 that we kind of saw. And yeah, we'll continue on in the future going, yeah, as obviously character 4 and character 5 still have to be done. And the build collection itself is actually completely updated now. I've even done a second pass over all of the builds and kind of made sure that there's not many errors remaining, hopefully. If you still find any errors, do be sure to reach out to me either on Discord or just in the comments under any of these videos, and just, yeah, point out any errors if you find any. The one thing remaining is actually just the folders at the top. I kind of want to add a few builds to some of them, and of course I still want to maybe add a few folders, for instance hardcore. That would be nice for in the future, but that's all future stuff. We're also going to go into rambling talk, likely not far into the future, about killer and how it actually kind of triggers and why it is basically more than 60% if you're at 60% crit chance. And then, of course, as well, the Lengmo Pestilence build showcase, the one based on character 1's high end, basically. We'll go into those into the future. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. If you enjoyed this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help a lot, so I'll do that a little bit of shilling. And yeah, I hope you join me for those future videos. And as always, have a good night. There we go. And yeah, that outro there for those on the stream. Yeah, that's for the video. As that video is now in the bag. It is in fact bagged and tagged. 210. Everything together is a total of 1 hour 14, which is kind of in line with the other videos. So I'm perfectly happy with that. Because yeah, there's just a lot of stuff. Actually, while I'm here as well, let's actually have. Let's take. Let's take the thumbnail picture while I'm here. I'm gonna wait for the deer to stop licking his own balls. Hello, Bambi. What's actually the English name of the rabbit in Bambi? Because I only know the Dutch name. I realize now it's just Stamper. I'm not sure actually how to even like what the English would be for that. Hello, dear. Oh dear. Yeah, there you go. Stand like that, is it? Oh, thumper. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. That kind of makes sense. But yeah, that's kind of the same thing. Stumper means somebody who's like stamping, like well, stamping their feet, kind of. Which yeah, thumper kind of fits as well. Yeah, let's quickly just grab that thumbnail, because I've just been putting the characters as that, preferably. Let's put that in that folder as well. And yeah, then actually the recording part is done. Because yeah, I'll stitch everything together somewhere in the future. In the futura. For now, let's go back to DC for a second. Yeah, actually, I need a bio break in a second as well. What time is it? Oh, actually, that took us quite a bit to get that done. 2 hours-ish. Although, yeah.
Safe area detected.
2 hours for hours of footage is actually not per se that's bad.
Hey,
Anyway, one of the things that I did see is this combo. I was like, if we can find some people that are up for it, might go farm some bounties and then cheese some bounties, especially for gear mods. I could use some printer filaments by themselves anyway. But also, yeah, we might get some 12 crits, some 13 BFEs and stuff like that out of there. Oh yeah, I'm gonna swap character for that, or am I? Yeah, let's swap character, so we're on the right character. Darn Twitch bit. Yeah, please don't snitch. Well, I'll try. But what about the snitch? Oh yeah, thank you as well for the kind words, Minister. I know that video will likely go up tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow's release.
Entering safe area.
I know, it's turn on all 5 of our finest directives. Actually, in the meanwhile as well, let me put on Gunner. Oh, actually, I need to buy, alright. Global event is off. Where's the global event off? Yeah. We got a loading screen here, but that's fine. Yeah. I'm gonna take a quick bio break and I'll be right back. If I find the scene. I found the scene.
Due to a personnel shortage, all on-duty guards are requested to remain at their post until further notice.
That feels much better. Okay, yeah, Crest's already in. And if there's any other takers, we're basically gonna go bounty cheesing. We're gonna go grab a few bounties and then cheese them in downtown West. We're gonna grab them in West End, cheese them to downtown West. And yeah, get some, gear mods are always a worthwhile thing to get. I'm just gonna already get started. Actually, I might, well, let's just go clear out when it's gonna reset the world, but also, like, might get the same anyway. Also, we don't need stopwatch anymore. This can go. Also, actually, I need jammer pulse here. And actually, yeah, we're not gonna have a hive. But yeah, if there's any other takers, feel free to dip up. Last day of some booms. Did I not? Didn't I specifically turn? Didn't I specifically do this? thought. There we go, now it's on. Because I went Hollywood. Getting a last few stars out of it.
Hostile control point detected.
That's kind of annoying as well there.
Protected hostiles detected.
So we just had a few activities. It's gonna go be in the zone. And then usually stuff spawns. Hopefully. Also, yeah, we can start our
Hostile protection removed.
ongoing. Sure. Let's get that one. And then the main prize is public executions. So we'll go for those first, and if there isn't any, we're gonna clear out spots that can spawn them. Might actually want to go for this names group just to get them out of them. Oh, it's a black test name. Screw that. Don't want to deal with that warhound. I'm actually pretty weak against that. And I'm running the triple tick build. Just to run an OD. As I'll provide the ammo. Although what I might do later on is actually a swap to combat medic just to that, or maybe leave that to somebody else. But here by myself, I need some ammo anyway. So. Of course, an extra patrol joined us.
Protection restored. Incoming hostiles detected.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay. Hoping to land that. It did. It's good. I think that took like most of it.
I'm reloading here.
And one of the things with the triple tick build is it does actually. Yeah, you can just get a height and just. Oh. Should actually get my carnage as well, actually, some special ammo into there.
It's over. Check those bodies.
And that's the thing here. This character doesn't have any of these side missions done. Including that one. And that means that every bounty in this zone is actually going to go over here. Which is, of course, the place we wanna have them. Oh. All the publics. And again, if anybody wants to farm up some last stores,
Or do you want to burn?
feel free to make that known. We can get you in here. Well, not as good as, of course, with triple XP. At least this time the loot, it will be better.
Hostile restored.
I'm just gonna be threat.
Don't leave yourselves open.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
They've got me wrong here. Throwing grenade. I hit that.
And basically,
Another agent is now in your group.
Gyro helping in. I'll wait for him to load in before completion here, so we'll get
Somebody must
rewards
have been
too.
watching over us.
Hey, tougher than we look.
One of the best attributes for the Einlang, overall crit chance. If you're using it in any setup that kind of is going crit chance, like has some crit chance. Otherwise DTA, so it applies to the fire.
Really?
Yeah, let's keep the train moving. 3 times XC snap, yeah. And energies. Yeah, I should get some ammo into, or special ammo into the carnage as a secondary.
I can take you! Be quick about it!
Another agent has joined. Protected hostile restored.
Devastating as well. What I do want to do is mark as many enemies as I can. Collect as much special ammo as
Incoming
possible.
hostiles detected.
That's all of them.
I
Behind
knew
them,
we could
guessing.
do it!
A specialization weapon is always an option. As a tool. Get on my loots. And let's make sure to grab all the bounties. The more the better. Alright, neat. So we got that southern one. I will farm here for bounties for a bit and then go do it. So the range is the same because there's something about to happen. That was a good. Although, well, here, of course, yeah, we're not gonna get that many levels in comparison to 3 times and such.
Too hard.
But Cheska and gear mods especially in the cheese zone. So if nothing else, I can use a ton of printer filaments just for tactical assessments, and we can all use 13 PFEs. But yeah, I should probably we have a spot for you if you want. If you wanna, yeah. We're gonna look. We'll save the spot for you. Because I also don't think one of the things I've been noticing the last few days is definitely everybody's kind of into other stuff, understandably as well. A lot of people kind of did a lot of
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
a lot of farming with the 3 times and stuff. So a little bit of burnout. And an exotic over there. It's gonna are we behind us? Oh, name still.
Hostile control point identified.
Let's get all the stuff. Alright. Actually, as well. Although I don't know if you guys are up for that as well, Cross or Cairo. Although I'll be on the voice of the Discord. Not required or anything, but just if you don't want the explosions and stuff from stream as well. thing I keep forgetting to often do. I didn't pick up the bounty. Let's go get that. I was like, one more loot's behind there. Let's go get that. I think spawn. Yeah, no. But yeah, let's go clean up spaces where publics can happen. Just can listen, yeah. Although it's much more so the gear mods and in the other end. I get might get lucky. Actually, wait, give me 1 second. I'm gonna try something here. I'll catch up now. It's gonna take 4 seconds. I'm gonna leave shock traps here. They spawn there. Although might not be in range. We'll see. Oh wow, this is territory. Never mind. God, it wasn't the public. Oh yeah, let's just take this.
Hostile protection now removed.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely try that if it is a public.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
We're gonna die, right? Yeah. Yeah. Next step. Oh, actually, oh yeah. There's a. We can actually go through the territory as well. Let's get that as well because here we can clean it very quickly. We just need to be fast afterwards. Because quite often they will murder. Is that a order? No, it's just randoms.
Civilians in danger.
They're over here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
One of the most important things is just to catch them as they spawn. I know, let's run right away and get. We're gonna engage from up here. Usually they're bad to kill someone.
Serious trauma detected. Hostile protection restored.
From far away.
Don't panic. Are you for real? We're not your enemies. It's all over now.
This is what it's come to?
Making short work of everything.
Hostile control point nearby.
Let's also get the public or the propaganda downside because that can become a public. Car is gonna get. Let's get set up for.
Hostile protection now removed.
Hunting out post daily. Basically, it's just striker on normal red core build. If one striker never gets enough stacks. General mid difficulty levels.
Access key detected.
I mean, kind of depends on what you're doing. Like, you mean just more for call for backups,
Progress halted.
or just actual
Manual
heroic
override
match?
required.
Because yeah, you can go definitely with other, like, yeah, going high end red in that case. Like, especially if you feel that you're not getting about 50 stacks generally. Going with a high end red can be an option. Especially if you are okay going glass red, basically.
Manual override required.
Challenging. There's one thing you can go for with as well. So, for instance, I used to use that a lot when I was doing
Although Mari's fish tacos are amazing.
call for backups, basically.
To the castle is visible.
Is run combat medic, for instance. Let's go clear out this propaganda and then see if something spots first. Because you don't need the damage anyway on challenging or hard, right? And that might as well like kind of help out in some way, basically. But yeah, especially on those lower difficulties, another option is Hunter's Fury, for instance. Like, same as with leagues and stuff. That's usually where I grabbed Hunter's Fury because it has kind of upfront damage. Not using it. Oh yeah. Although then yeah, that would be with greens, but
Access key detected.
one thing is basically when you're below heroic anyway.
Progress halted.
Yeah, you can go with
Required.
a lot more survivability and stuff, and just make it extra easy for yourself. Or yeah, or like go combat medic and just gonna help the team, gonna carry them.
Manual override required.
Okay. I mentioned that my last broadcast was a little depressing. I guess people don't like to think about food supply issues, but like we should totally talk about it. Like at the castle, we built this aquaponic system. It's indoor. It uses solar, wind,
Yeah, I think spawn. Yeah, public again. Let's go back where we came from. Sort of glass can minimize quite a bit in regular mashing, especially on lower difficulties. Yeah. Well, the thing is, yeah, you just don't need that level of damage there either. Yeah. Caravans and friends. Even more friends. But yeah, definitely on lower difficulties, just going, yeah, strikers just, yeah, can't stack. Especially as well, for instance, here, stuff as well is dying way too fast to the point where I'm guessing Christ is setting up for a super carriage here.
Hello there.
Hey, Panic.
Vital signs critical.
You loading up?
Yep. I went to get some food because I was
Detecting
gonna eat after
additional
that.
hostile.
Yeah, no worries.
Hostile protection restored.
And the play was so fucking hot that I almost burned my finger off.
Hostile protection.
It's gonna be hard to
So you
click.
kicked yourself, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they say just let him cook, that's not what they mean, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't let me cook.
Almost dropped that bastard.
That's that. How far loaded up are you?
I'm changing pieces to
Serious trauma detected.
for the
Agent out of action.
event.
Right.
Agent killed.
Oh,
Can I
okay.
ever
Yeah.
thank you for saving my life?
Yeah,
We'll
that's
get you in the
good.
next one. Let's go clear out this territory. Just make a spot.
Why do I have?
So the story Washington Hotel. No, it's a gate. Oh yeah, there's, sometimes we get some puppies. Or was there? Right.
And it should be, yep. Oh, I need to turn it on for myself as well, or it should turn on itself when I join.
Just in case, turn it on.
Now there's
Beforehand. Because that used to break sometimes anyway, right?
Yeah.
Another agent is now in your group.
It's gonna load them up.
Vital signs critical. Incoming hostiles detected.
Did I lose my special ammo?
Access key detected.
My ultimate still is weird. Oh, I died, of course. I died and respawned.
I can wait for
Hostile
my
control point
for
identified.
my grenade launcher to start just flooping away and not do any damage.
And that happens sometimes. Let's get this elite territory or elites. This thing. Elitely. So annoying that you can't interact with loot with that thing. Should actually spawn from
Hostile protection now removed.
like the back, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles
Don't
detected.
floop.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah, good thing convoying never like existed together with New Hollywood. That would have been
That
alone.
would be even better than flamethrower with golden bullet.
Yeah. It's already in combat there. Oh, Kyrie's already on the next one. Let's go, album.
Carries a speedrun.
Yeah, I don't think it was around for the completion on the other one.
can't find them anywhere. I was worried there for a minute.
It's just yeah. And stuff. Question, new player can yeah, go ahead. Feel free to ask away.
Just
That's
imagine that you go to someone's stream and it's like, hey, I'm a new player, can I ask you a question? And just no.
No, go away. How did you even get in? it's I need a new bouncer. I need new security at the door. Yeah. Like exotic and like double, do I stay with damage or like attributes? Wait. Do you mean like for the third stat of it? Generally, what you want on the third stat of all weapons is damage to targets out of cover. Not on LMGs and such, which have damage to targets out of cover already. You go with crit chance on them, especially. Because you mean like when you get a duplicate, right? One handy thing is to, because early on you don't need that much in
Incoming hostiles detected.
exotic components.
Talking about exotics and in one drop.
They heard us talking about them.
Wait, I'm gonna be insane on headshots now because I played Breakpoint a lot now.
Sending it high. And sometimes it is handy to keep two. And then the purpose of that is just to kind of... You can reroll one while you're saving the other with maybe if it doesn't have an optimal stat of like detox, damage to targets out of cover, might still have like damage to armor or something that's still usable, and then you can reroll the other one while you keep your normal one basically at the ready. Outside of that, yeah, keeping multiple exotics is after that, only if you're kind of like intending maybe in the future to maybe equip a second character or something. But that's more like later. I think the rest of everyone's good attribute, but the other have good damage, but bad attributes and unnecessary to build it. Yeah, so that third stat is kind of important. So generally, yeah, if like the weapon damage is low, but you have DTA or
Hostile protection.
maybe crit chance or preferably, yeah, damage to targets out of cover. That will make up for lower weapon damage. But for now, basically, yeah, just use the best that you have. And usually that does, yeah. If you have like a one half-fold with detox, that will likely beat something with, you know, if it has like swap speed or something. But then, yeah, what you can do is just keep the good one and you can reroll the other one in the background, and then just keep your good one, because if you were to reroll your good one, you might actually get, you know, end up with something worse.
Swap speed.
Yeah, and then you're kind of stuck with that, so you can use the secondary for now. I'm gonna set it on this side.
I'm eating. Leave me alone, enemies.
Anyways, okay, you did catch the answer.
Access
Yes, I
key
am
detected.
paying attention to. There was ads up.
Halted. Progress resumed.
But keeping one to or like keeping one usable and then re-rolling a second one if you have that option, because you don't always have that option, right? It can be kind of handy. Anyway, generally one damage to targets out of cover on the third stat. Failing that, damage to armor, damage to health, and crit chance can be kind of okay. Critical hit damage and headshot are pretty mediocre. Yeah, we're reaching the night times. How many have we saved up? I have a decent amount. I think we all... Well, actually, I think I had some saved up already. Let's just go start doing them. Unless... Yeah. No, let's just go do them. Let's just go use a bunch.
I didn't play much. I have just
Let's
7.
go help Cairo. His army. Good. Yeah, I think I have like 5 or something. Yeah, was it this one then? And then...
Hostile restored protection.
The outcasts will burn every last one of those
No.
Access key detected.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Progress halted. Manual
And I need
override
perfect
required.
keeping that as well. We're having
Progress resumed.
home eclipses especially. Is it like a must-have or goal tier, or is it based on the build? Exotics in this game aren't per se like outright better. They're more side grades. They're more. Although a few of the exotics are definitely very high.
Manual override required. An agent needs assistance.
Very
decided
high
not to
damage
shoot
and
back.
stuff. So, there's a few that are definitely, you know, meta. We're gonna use that word. But at the very least, you always have a high end in there anyway, because you can have only equip one exotic weapon at a time. So,
People might think it's perverted or something.
let me get this lead. Yeah, let's go get set up to actually go do them.
Mari makes the best fish tacos in town. And
3,000 halves room to craft it now. You've gotten pretty unlucky there, yeah. But yeah, sometimes it is like that.
Glad to see you. Where would
Let's
I be
clean up
without
this inventory
customers like you?
alone. So let me see if I have 3 pulse resists already, otherwise I'll share this one. Hang into that one, was the third one this character
Great to
needs.
see you, Agent.
Here's that is what it is. I mean, it's still a pretty long list. One thing you could,
Pleasure to do business with you.
what I can link you to is maybe go to my YouTube on, I've been going through all of the weapon types, and usually at end of each of those videos is a part where I go basically weapon by weapon. It's called the review at the end.
Welcome, Agent.
And I usually start with the exotics, so you can kind of see which exotics are, because if I'm going to list them now, I'm just going to forget it. Right? But yeah, Capacitor, for instance, is a really good one. Scorpio. Elmos are still
Happy to do
usable
business with
out of the general pools of things. But then, yeah, Bighorn, for instance, and Dusty. Dusty's pretty good.
I used to think I was pretty good at
But yeah, for a somewhat more like well thought out list, they're kind of in there.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
What do we have altogether here? Eclipse.
They're like fighting something.
What Eclipse?
Hello? Can you take... Thank you.
Now, one thing that might be handier. Actually, yeah, let's start with that. Let's see how time goes. Oh, yeah, I can feel it.
Protected hostile restored.
Do you have a
Agent down.
OD available on you, comic? Otherwise, I think usually Cross also has one.
Okay.
Or
Yeah, I can.
otherwise, if somebody else goes, some form of a little bit of healing.
Cairo was a healer, no? Was
He's
healing me
Eclipse.
before, or it was just that he had the heal and high, not the healing come on him.
I wasn't paying attention, so could be.
When I got down there, on the last propaganda.
Hostiles.
He healed me, but I don't know if it was like a heal or healer.
Good work. You got the
I mean, the
target.
thing is, we can also go without. We could.
Target
without,
down.
yeah.
Good
The
job.
annoying thing is, especially just the flame rounds, if they hit us like that.
Looks like you earned yourself
We'll
another
be at
bounty.
health
Well done.
bar all the time, anyways. Yeah, let's maybe do that. Although, well, just basically, if somebody has or somebody takes over the OD, I'll go combat medic, or if somebody has healing. Okay, then maybe Trojan, if you go, or Cross, if you go OD. Okay, yeah, then I'll go combat medic, and then just have a little bit of survivability for us. Yeah, let me pop mine first.
Target is near you, Agent.
Any militia you see.
Looks like a problem. Need some help here.
Gotcha.
That's your target.
Oh, yeah, those are all. There's some gear and so.
Hostile restoring protection.
Target spotted.
Catch up to it, but I
Target
should.
neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice.
And if nothing else, we're gonna get kinda.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Done over things here. What's that? It's Midas from D1. Yeah. Well, actually, but was the Midas? Was that heal on headshot thing? I think, right?
Target near you. That's the target, Agent.
Other side.
Another church here.
Incinerator turret detected.
Target down.
Hostile protection.
Other side again.
Agent. Target spotted.
It just came from there.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Removed hostile protection.
Not pretty.
That's your target. You got the target.
That's it, right?
Nice.
Keep a lookout for 'em.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Damn it. Into the wall and it's not even feeling anyway. It's always annoying. Not here. Yeah, there. Somebody was selling.
Yeah, Cairo was a little late.
Target
No,
is
it's really
nearby.
not first. Tanks work. Well, that sounds a little bit like tech tanks, basically. You could I'll link to the recommended in a second, or maybe somebody else can.
Agent. Target spotted.
It's also, yeah, if we're kind of looking for builds,
That's the
those
target,
are-
Agent.
as kind of the list kind of implies builds that I can.
Other side, other side.
That's your target. Target neutralized. Good work.
Detected hostile restored. Hostile shock trap detected.
You got the target. Nice.
I'm out.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Nice 20.
Is that the last one?
That's just one battle won.
Oh, shut up. We'll link to it here. That's caps lock. I'll get my loot on the next one. Or if somebody else can pop. I'll get the next one.
Target near
LMG
you.
all build everything. Wait, LMG all build. Or you mean just full LMG? Well, bestie build kind of in the build collection is like that. The recommended can get you there. That link I just posted.
Hostile protection restored.
Target spotted. That's your target.
Wait, is it? Oh,
Target neutralized. Good work. Target down. Good job. That's the target, agent. You got the target. Nice.
well, it's always like that Manny when I was just like, you got the target.
Thank you
Nice.
for keeping us safe, agent.
You
Very
asshole.
nonchalantly.
Give me a
What do we
second
have
here.
there?
I'll cover you.
Randoms.
It's just like, come on, Manny, let life into it, or I'm gonna join the other side.
I'll Kelso you otherwise. So really unique. And yeah, the Weather just makes a bunch of stuff even possible. It wouldn't be possible without them.
Caro is still chasing.
Because he's going for the door. Oh yeah. Oh, Boban can join us.
The target is nearby.
400 Z considered a lot of music. Level 27 expertise on no matter. I'm gonna let this start. Yes and no. Like expertise doesn't make up for
That's your target.
a lot. Like it is more damage, but plenty of times the more damage build loses to a less damage build.
Target neutralized.
I let it way better play. Quite often.
Hostile protection restored.
But having some expertise is definitely handy for the PvZ. But then also, if you want PvP without that, it's disabled in conflict, so you can always go there. Keep in mind that now as well, starting out, the bracketing
Good work.
will make it so that you don't actually, because you'll be bracketed with players, 1 to 500, and then
Looks like you earned
500
yourself another
to
bounty.
1000
Well
basically,
done.
and then everybody else 1001 plus.
Things were even worse.
So yeah, it's a lot more variable nowadays. Oh yeah, links
Target is
don't
near you,
work
agent.
in the thing. But actually, the two I think are in there are... Because both of these are actually pretty good to have.
Hostile
Copy
restored
them to
protection.
the other side as well. Because these are both resources, community resources. Both of them have outdated parts, but both of them are slowly getting updated. So that's totally helped.
It's all over now.
But the parts where it didn't.
The healing not help.
Yeah. It's also why I'm going to like. It's, the hives that will help a little.
Agent, target spotted.
Get the
That's the target, Agent.
links that to people.
That's your target.
And he's still doing. That's your target.
Is it?
Target near
I
you.
wonder if it's my friend.
Law.
Target down.
I'm gonna just supercharge here. Reset all those.
You got the target. Nice. That's the target, Agent.
Nice.
Protected hostile restored.
Don't stop till they're dead.
Target down. Good job.
And actually, for the combat medic, that's actually exactly what I'm running now. It's the
You got the target.
class high-end one.
Nice.
And here's especially
Target
as an
neutralized.
offset for no
Good
regen.
work.
Because otherwise it gets kind of annoying. Because we'll basically never have armor. And then we have special ammo on as well. Special ammo won't eat through all the armor. At least, well, unless we're full
Target
blast
is
and stuff.
nearby.
Some of us are.
Thank
I
you.
got. I get the. Maybe not.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, he has the special bullets.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Just,
System will pay for its crime.
Cairo is just a decoy activation, just standing there. Not moving.
Hostile protection restored.
You got the target. Nice. That's your target. That's the target, Agent. Target neutralized.
need to mark.
Good work.
And chameleon there.
You got the target. Nice.
So we'll get a few chameleons out of here. As well, likely.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Just gonna go get the loot over here because I have a bunch of it. Next up.
Target is near you, Agent.
Triple net. I mean, yeah, they're the
Other
big
side.
ones.
Agent, target spotted.
This kind of goes over there.
Hostile protection.
That's your target.
Hostile restored protection.
Target down. Good job. Agent, target spotted. You got the target. Nice. Target down. Good job. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
It's for explosions. There's likely some people from the thinking about it. Let's just leave them. Now what about farming? I did the summit for 90, but it seems time is consuming. Wait for what? I missed the original question around it.
Target is nearby.
What's the sound?
That's your target.
Immune.
Hostile protection restored.
You got the target. Nice.
Trying to find what
Sorry,
the
wasn't
original.
immune?
I might have not finished it sometimes. They pop it up and then they don't actually.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's your target. You got the target. Nice.
Why can't any of these be like of decent? Decent
like you
rules?
were-
Why are there
Bounty.
no
Well done.
13% PVs? I want those.
Yeah, those are
But I
very
got
unlucky.
one max roll, and that was good chance. Just one.
Got an incoming repair so far. Yeah, skill duration there. Yeah,
Target is near you,
going
agent.
rogue on those guys.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
I got a link
He's
to
gonna
somebody's.
Other side.
Okay, actually, one on that side.
Target spotted.
Like some smaller streamers channel, and yeah, basically everything is misspelled in his titles to the point that I'm like, is this on purpose?
Vital signs
Because
critical.
yeah, it's all
Neutralized. Good work.
the quick
I
heal
got
didn't
Agent
want to
out of action.
trigger there. I was trying to quick heal. Could have actually killed myself. That would have been the other option.
That's your target.
Just trying to quick met back.
Flame thermal doesn't cross door boundaries, right?
You got the target.
That's his biggest downside. For this, they need to actually come
Target
out.
agent.
Hey, another chameleon.
Kami.
Target
Oh, they're
down.
getting close.
Good job. Thank you for keeping us.
Mortar activated. Where's the other one? Getting sniped.
Hostile protection removed.
Nice
If I
of that
die,
one.
I blame Cairo and Cross for aggroing them.
Let's just leave him. We'll get him. They'll either come on their own or. But yeah, it was all mementos and yeah, rouges
Target near you.
and also even like Imp Real Dynasty. Yeah, we're not doing the facing well.
I think you guys just don't trust in me killing the guys in the back. It's like he died one time.
Yeah, no, it
That's
was a
impossible.
Carol's
Your
after
target.
now.
Oh, he's on the other side again.
What now? Now let us bring this.
Serious trauma detected. Hostile protection restored.
You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well
But it's
done.
always funny to me how like, especially Memento. Like I don't get how people go with Memento.
Keep the momentum.
Like is it that? Kind of feel like at least like Memento is something that like
Target is
it's not as
nearby.
like super common word, but most people have ran into it. I feel at some point.
Come on. Thank you. Oh, I got hit by his weak point.
Agent, target spotted.
Just face the right direction.
Explosions of it still work there.
Ammunition.
That's your target. That's the target, agent. Target down. Good job. You got the target. Nice.
You heard that too, Kraus? The full automatic
Thank you for keeping
foam,
us
or
safe,
what was
Agent.
that? The full automatic chem launcher. It was like 20 times in a row.
Sounds very healthy. I mean, yeah, he just had a chatterbox, right? And 4 of us were close to him.
Yeah.
Let's see what these are. Look at these.
Yeah, I'm good on those two.
Trigger the next one. Don't do the side quest.
Target is near you, Agent.
1. Oh, there is still.
An agent needs
Why?
assistance.
Oh, wait, even like if you set it to heroic, it's just stay
This fucker
because
every time.
that is a bug that has kind of existed like for forever. Not sure actually if there's a solution to it. You could check around on maybe the official Discord or something. Because that used to be a common occurrence thing for characters that didn't do Woni.
Agent down. Hostile protection restored. System disrupted. System back online.
That's your target. Target down. Good job. You got the target.
Accelerate.
Nice.
This leads.
Target down. Good job. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
No, I just want that. I need to play with.
Target near you.
Help me here! Now, together! My leg!
Removed hostile
Next
protection.
wave there.
That's the target, agent.
The finite and the transition.
You got the target. Nice.
Quick and clean, just the way I like it. That was the last one.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Some charges on this.
You got the target. Nice.
Back to back, nice.
Thank you for keeping us safe, agent.
Some exotic components are nice always. Oh. Oh no, that's never an issue, corrupt. But yeah, you need to be on the same system. Is usually the thing. Oh, might have been on me.
Target spotted.
What were you on the side?
Hostile protection restored.
Target
Just
neutralized.
another. Yeah, I think that was the issue that kind of. But that wasn't a thing anymore. But
That's
then
your target.
maybe that is the thing. Apparently.
Agent, target spotted. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized.
Shooting at
Good
us.
work.
Yeah.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Well, that is. Yes, as a combo or something. Yeah.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That's fine though. We'll let them fight each other. Already set up.
Target is near you, Agent.
Suitable. I'm currently running combat medic, which is gonna be yeah. Now the links are working again as well, so it's gonna be 4.07. So that'll be the link to the build. But honestly, I'm just running this as to help out with a little bit of healing.
Protected hostile restored.
That's the target, Agent.
Try like the other side. Oh, no.
Agent, target spotted.
Oh, that was just from the.
That's the target, Agent. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work. Target down. Good job.
Did you finish Roni? Or not?
That's
Then
another one
for-
down.
For that
Good job, Agent.
character. Because that might still be causing some stuff to go a little wonky.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It's from the thingies from the
Target near you.
what do you think?
Agent, target spotted. You got the target.
Hostile restored protection.
That's your target.
And my minigun is useless again. Oh, sorry, minigun.
Target down.
Grenade launcher is useless again.
No, I was gonna say minigun issue doesn't work.
Agent, target spotted.
Just plumping again.
Try because the last time leaving and joining didn't fix
Nice.
it, right? Try maybe just swapping spec.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
You mean swapping the spec in on the table or just with the build?
Either should be the same basically. Shouldn't be a difference.
Oxidize is skill damage, not the electronic damage. So
Right.
that doesn't proc it.
There's something in the chat.
Access key
Uh,
detected.
Cross iced it in the game chat.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, indeed. No, oxidize would be too nice, anyways. For now.
I need to travel away anyway, but yeah. Because I'm in combat and I can change. And when I travel away and back,
Oh yeah, How many? Oh, we're actually on 20 things. Let's maybe actually, because it's already also getting laggy here. Let's maybe clean out these guys. Let's maybe go get that territory control because we have the key here as well. Might as well. Get that convoy as well. If they're still here. And then we'll go and reset the world, get our frame rates back. Oh, those convoys are spawning like up there, so let's leave them. Let's get this at marks the... It doesn't actually mark last hostiles. Or he's not even in range. He might have just been pushed away.
I think he's fighting with the convoy, maybe. Oh, somebody died. Or no?
Yeah, that's likely the enemy.
that
Yeah,
sound.
that's likely the enemies from that thing. Respawning as we got out of range and into range.
That was the corner. That was the territory. Oh yeah. I want to use my grenade launcher, but I can't.
We got 2 different demo pools? No. Like it should be. No. The game, for game reasons specifically,
Detecting additional hostile
doesn't
contacts.
do it that way. All ARs share ammo as ARs. Because otherwise, yeah, you could have exactly that, which they want to not do damage. Because they use ammo as a tool for balancing reasons. Sometimes as well. I mean, basically all weapons would be very like because if you start doing ammo and stuff as well, comes a whole can of worms pretty quickly. Yeah, let's go get cleaned up. In the meantime, as well, Palmer can get set up for altering his thing because yeah, if we go back there, it's gonna be a mess. It's gonna start respawning stuff already. We're hearing enemies drop dead.
I'd be spending more time at the range if we had the ammo to spare.
Straight 40, never been to New York. Actually, I could try to come back. That usually, I think that fixes that.
Business.
I remember some people. But that was as well kind of before like they changed a bunch of other stuff. So I thought actually that wasn't even happening anymore, but apparently it is. But then, yeah, because there is still some stuff that I do actually finish in New York that still breaks, even though now we get the progress and everything. Alright, the first one in your loadout I have built. First one in your loadouts. What do you mean, just in general for the first one on this character will be a negotiator. Yeah. And also the build collection just has all of them. Just in order. Yeah, well, negotiator isn't per se hard. Like not to the degree of a bunch of other ones. Like even Umbra, I would say it's much more. Let's just shoot multiple shit. But that was the build that they were
Glad
looking
to see
for.
you, Agent. Thanks for your business.
Weird when I change the specialization, it still remembers how many
We urge all civilians to remain
I had
Some food.
for the grenade launcher, like it's a normal weapon.
Was it
And
working
it's still
again?
flumping away.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed with how well everyone is doing.
Yeah, it's weird that it even breaks. I mean, yeah, the only other real option is just actual Alt F4 back in. But with that, like, which you it can take a while, so maybe just leave it otherwise. Because we have a bunch more bounties still remaining, right?
Yeah, I can go. Maybe if Cross can go like a normal damage with a grenade launcher if he wants, and I'm gonna change to OD.
No, that's also no.
Yeah, but the thing is that I'm standing there and I don't shoot much because everything is dead in the door.
I would then just swap spans or something.
Or I can just use minigun.
Shit, fuck.
Is that?
Who did Charles have to screw to get an espresso machine?
Oh yeah, I mean that will
Pretty
work
sure he
too.
ruined
Because
the plan,
Cross would
right?
need to swap
Jesus
characters
Christ,
anyways. But
such horseshit.
yeah, your choice. What do you prefer?
No, I can just use minigun. It's gonna be.
Yeah, let's
it's
just do
gonna
that.
fun.
Just also.
It's
No,
gonna.
Cross still has some of his bounties. So maybe actually go grab along the way. Let's go grab this hyena and this black disc one, just to have some hyena and black disc tech ass. And then we'll head to that spot again. I used up all of mine. I don't know how many people have remaining, but we'll just go till we have enough.
You need to stop Black Tusk from obtaining the
Just
data they're
gonna
after from the
run
vault.
past these guys. One time, things a little useful.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah. Didn't have my health kit yet.
Agent
From
incapacitated.
Oh yeah, I need to open the
Agent
cache.
vital signs 0.
just respawning. Oh, actually, I'm of course in the mission boundary.
Fast respawn.
It's weird that actually has a respawn though. So I'm trying to just push past these guys. Oh, no. Yeah, we can just leave those guys. I'll outrange him. Oh, there's also an Snubberdoxing.
Hostile protection restored.
Let's try to keep up with area risks are there. And also there, yeah, we need to all exit the mission boundary, likely.
Incoming hostiles detected.
You know what build would you prefer? The recommended like earlier was because yeah, it's more so just that list is. It also just starting out with the striker is basically overall the easiest to do.
It's gonna just respawn me at the start of the mission. When I'm trying to travel to you when you're outside the range.
Maybe try now on me. Oh no, actually, I was still in boundary.
Protected hostile restored.
Yep, that's working. Thank you.
And let's get this one. Uh,
It's over.
We showed.
mm, yeah. Yeah. We get there. Where's the bounty? Let's go get the
I
other
came
one.
close to dying there. Thanks for saving me.
Oh, that despawned. I should have had one up. Totally forgot about that.
Yeah, it went into the spot.
Yeah.
It only could
yeah.
went into.
Of course. Well, let's just go
Target
there.
is near you, Agent.
Let's keep going with what bounties we have until we run out. Trying to kind of catch up here. This one in the future. Yeah. No, yeah. I know either as a car. Oh, that hurts. Gotta have to.
Serious trauma detected.
That's one way to get a watch.
Agent down.
Because I really like that's not gonna work out for me.
That's your target. Agent, target
Is that
spotted.
a dragon?
Protected hostile
Was
restored.
that a dragon?
Vital signs critical.
That's your target. Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target.
Like a chameleon.
Nice. Target down. Good job.
I haven't got a single exotic. I got one
Looks like
when
you
we were
earned
doing
yourself
the
another bounty. Well
bounties.
done.
That's still.
But yeah,
Still
I have no luck in exotics, but can I have luck in some natural mods, please?
Did you last time get like 4 in a row or something?
Yeah. But you know, that was last time. It doesn't count.
Safety still in the game? Yeah, safety distance is still in the game. Message. Although that's also so safety distance is just an LZ name, so
The target
it's
is nearby.
available for. You can just target SMG really, or try to farm it with target SMG.
That's the target, Agent. Target spotted.
Hostile protection restored.
You got the target. Nice.
Yeah, minigun is working fine.
Also, I mean, yeah, you're basically probably set up to everything that gets out.
Target down. Good job.
Another one.
Plus, I can just main the
You got the
minigun
target.
now, practically.
Nice.
And the game is just telling me, no, you can't have next
Thank you for
roll
keeping us
mods
safe, Agent.
because there is a chameleon.
Yep. Now you'll never see a 13 BFE.
I got something for you if you want it.
But yeah, actually, does nobody else need them? Because I'm just taking for beautification. Yeah. Cross.
I have on all
Doing
characters
those, yeah.
at least 3.
Oh yeah, but I take a few more than this. Yeah. Actually, let me pop my hyena one here. Oh, actually, that's already. It makes sense. All right, that goes somewhere else. That one's.
Jer was still in. He was typing in chat.
So let's get our hyenas here as well.
Target near you.
Just to get a few hyenas.
Agent, target spotted. That's your target.
Protected hostile restored. Removed hostile protection.
That's the target, agent.
No mercy for mercy.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice. Target down. Good job.
That was a knee pad. I'm taking it.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Or did I use up? No, I should apparently still have two. Over there. Let's pop this.
The target is nearby. That's your target.
Oh yeah, we just have one. And yeah, the capital is a spot where it can have a higher rate of drop. It's one of the special missions for it. I'm gonna supercharge here.
Target neutralized.
Use the
That's the target, agent. Target down. Good job. You got the target. Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
It's not 12 crits. See what pop in this one.
Target is near you, Agent.
I mean, yeah, name caches are just, you know, full random. Because also the thing is with a lot of names, you need, even just getting them isn't per se, at least on weapons and stuff is not a big deal because most of them are fixed talents, but a lot of gear, yeah, most of it will be, you know, wrong stats basically, then it's still not useful.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice.
But the thing with named caches is just over time you'll get so many of them and just you'll get most of the items out of it. Also, I'm completely.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Feel free to pop one. Oh, no, I sure have one more, but somebody else pop. I'm catching up here.
Target near you.
Way behind. So.
Hostile restored protection.
Target spotted. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work.
Game is clearly telling me no, you can't get
Target
the
down.
actual mouse.
Good job.
It's just getting chameleons over and over.
I mean, also not a bad deal.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
I can take any side of the deal.
Any repair skill. Yeah, let's see what popping, man. I'm working on getting expertise up. Almost 20 now. Once I reach max,
Target is
whatever
near you,
weapon
Agent.
materials I should get from my mule characters. I mean, once you're, well, you know, whatever you kind of need at the time, right? Because once expertise is done, yeah, you'll need less mules if you're like doing it with watch outs.
That's your target.
It's still handy to have watch outs here and there just for the resources and just for the SHD and field recon, because you can just get them from there instead of farming for them and stuff.
Target down. Good job.
Completes all this stuff.
That's your target.
Wait, but then you weren't done. That's then the thing. You were just 40, but you weren't. You haven't done title. I would. I assume you would have already have done that. Because the world still is in a weird state if you're, especially as well, not haven't completed title as well. Okay, yeah. So for the base game to be kind of in its final state, it's still, yeah, you need to advance the, well, what is now advanced invasion.
Yeah, you kind of need to finish the story because the Y25 was kind of end of the story, kind of like, yeah. I think.
I mean, well, at that time.
Yeah, at the time.
But yeah, going to New York before that counts as a boost, but it also like warns you quite heavily. Man.
That's the target, Agent.
I got you.
Agent out of action.
Okay.
Hostile protection restored.
Target neutralized. Good work. Agent, target spotted.
Once again, looking. Although actually I'm kind of far away from the mic as well. But
That's your target.
leaning away. Also, I'm mumbling.
Target down.
More than
Good
usual.
job.
Kind of tired. Also, I kind of
Another
fried
one
my
down.
brain with
Good
the
job, Agent.
builds thing. That really does fry the brain. Before it wouldn't boost, no. So yeah, that was because I assumed, like, also when we were last talking about it, I kind of brought up specifically that, yeah, you want to get title done, because yeah, you can reach 40 without doing the world and stuff, but you're in a weird state at that point.
The target is nearby.
That's also the reason that, yeah, that the things didn't. But yeah, the annoying thing will be that you really don't have a recourse on except just, yeah, redoing that part.
Agent, target spotted.
Which that kind of sucks.
Detected.
You got the target. Nice.
But yeah,
Hostile protection
live and
restored.
learn.
Target neutralized. Good work.
We'll file it under that.
Target down. Good job. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Like this one. You can still avoid the, like, after title, you can avoid having the
Target near you.
invasion. And you do that by just not talking to Manny. There's a side mission after you do title, once you're in, you know, what used to be World Tier 5. That's just advancing the other thing. It'll give you the thing of go talk to Manny. That will give, basically reset the, or like start the cycle of of days, and then yeah, you just don't talk to him. Which actually could be a handy thing to do.
Hostile
I
restored
like that.
protection.
You got the target. Nice. Target down. Good job. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Yeah.
Target is nearby.
Port drones!
That's your target. You got the target.
Protected hostile restored.
Agent, target spotted. Target down. Good job.
Oh yeah, the vision
That's your
is
target.
unique
You got the
in
target.
its thing.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Wish more copycats would show up at times. But yeah, they don't much. I don't mind go to New York. Will do the same thing through to boost? Good question.
Target is near
No,
you, Agent.
Manny shouldn't count for that. Just you just need to be in World War 5, so that shouldn't be part of that. Or well, the equivalent in the invasion. It's basically still underneath there. But also, yeah, if you're going to New York and like the boost is gonna happen, it will actually give you a different message than without. So without, it just says, "Hey, you're going to New York," and that basically it just doesn't actually even say like you can't return and stuff. So
You got the
but
target.
the other one will say like, "Hey, you're boosting. This will, some achievements will not be available," stuff like that. So you could
Target neutralized. Good work.
just make sure that it's
Looks
saying
like you
what
earned
you're
yourself another
expecting.
bounty.
to say.
Well done.
Can hang on to this model 700, even though it's no longer really useful. I'll just swap the one in the stash with it. Before a worthy successor. Yep. That's what it actually was, right? It was way too good. That's why they canceled it after one day. They didn't want to let the truth out. We're starting a conspiracy here.
Target near you. That's the target, Agent.
Hostile protection removed.
You got the target.
They have somebody doing medicing on the.
Protected hostile restored.
Target
They're
neutralized.
outcast medic.
Good work.
It's not what you're supposed to do.
Target down. Good job. That's another one down.
You,
Good job, Agent.
Hostiles.
You
Guarding
max
location
mods, but
nearby.
crits and headshots and stuff like that.
No protection.
Target is nearby.
Reinforcements!
Get it off me!
Agent, target spotted.
One thing we should definitely not forget at the end of all this is to spend our stars.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Hostile restored protection.
That's the target, Agent. Target down. Good job. Agent, target spotted.
Yeah, that's nice. Next to some heavies.
You got the target. Nice.
Another Camleon.
I think I pissed off the game.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Trying to prove a point. With all those
Yes.
exotics.
Giving you all of them. Or none of them.
Yeah.
Actually,
All
it's
of them,
Sawyer's.
And no max roll, no max roll mods.
Oh, that's Sawyer's full random. Oh, yeah, I was stolen. Cancel it.
Target is near you, Agent. That's the target, Agent.
Hostile restored protection.
Target down. Good job. Target spotted.
What are we doing again?
You got the target.
Oh, we're just farming here a little bit. The gear here is the
That's your
target
target.
is the gear mods. So
Target neutralized.
seeing if we can get
Good
a
work.
13 PFE out of it. Nothing else as well. Just filling up a little bit on
That's
printer
another one
filaments,
down.
because
Good job, Agent.
those can be handy as well, just for getting some crafting in with for tactical assessments. I'll share this one if somebody wants to have it. And it's very easy. Silent until this one. I mean, yeah, this audio is going to break here just with how many sound sources we're creating.
The target is nearby.
Let's get in position. Get him off me! No chance.
Yeah, we're getting the classic bandages in this area.
Removed hostile protection.
Agent, target spotted.
So this is also a really good way to, for instance, level and stuff, of course. Nowadays with the triple XP and the quint XP,
Hostile protection restored.
You got the target.
it's kind of also the reason I kind of dislike those is, like, why would you really grind outside of those things?
Target neutralized.
I think as, yeah, for instance, here we have a decent targeted.
Looks like you earned yourself
That
another
kinda makes
bounty.
up for
Well
it.
done.
I was full, so I put some points in expertise into it at least.
Yeah. Sure, full up on my printer filaments always can be useful. Do you actually have any remaining, or?
Target near you.
I haven't used. I used just one of mine,
Okay. Understand.
so I have still like 6 left.
As earlier we went and farmed all these bounties and now we're doing them.
I can't put it out.
That's your target. You got the target. Nice.
Protected hostile restored.
Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good work.
Because normally this as well is pretty good for XP wise.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
But yeah, nothing so good as. Actually, I'm gonna use a pretty soda one. Oh, just deconstruct it.
What was it even? Did you even check it?
Target is near
it
you,
was a
Agent.
DTA 249 para. But was I was DTA with the wrong talent, so could only
No, I
really
have
use it.
N249. And I used the B1 because cool skin.
Agent, target spotted.
Supercharge here.
Hostile protection restored.
That's your target. You got the target. Nice. That's the target, Agent.
I'm sorry.
Target down. Good job.
Gonna slow down again.
You got the target. Nice.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Otherwise, this isn't. You don't need a mule character. You just need a character set up the right way. This definitely isn't a mule. It's just an extra character. But basically, this character hasn't done any of the side missions here, so any bounties
Target is
from
nearby.
West End and this place as well, they all go here. Making for easy completions. And that's as well on top of... got her facing there just...
Try to
Yes.
turn around fast.
Yeah, Zamir.
Agent, target spotted.
Well, then there's
All
also
those
a
explosions.
yeah. Also, I'm full on caches again. Let's maybe reset the world once again.
Okay.
Hostiles. Guarding location nearby.
And let's
Target
clean up in the
neutralized.
meantime as well.
Good work.
I think my FPS dropped to like 2 single
got the
digits
target.
with those
Yeah.
explosions, 3 in a row.
Well, actually, if you stay here for a sec, I'll
Target
actually just
neutralized.
show it for the stream.
Good work.
I'll fast travel away and back, and yeah, one of the reasons where it's kind of getting laggy is what we're gonna see in a second, is that the game is kind of remembering all of our kills. That's also the reason we don't want to per se respawn if we go down or something, because this would cause the same thing, and then you basically completely lose all FBI. But yeah, when I come back here, suddenly... Suddenly,
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
I'm just killing everybody with my mind. Basically, we're killing everybody that we've killed.
I'm killing everyone with the bow.
The Bell of Death. Luckily, there's no friendly fire. But yeah, we're making quite the pile here. Can I shoot this? Doesn't help much. it just keeps
I can light
going.
it up for you. Give me a second.
I mean, I can light you up for you if you want. Because all of these weak points also still work and stuff.
I'm lighting it up for you.
Let me put the explosion behind you as well. Oh no, Pomic is caught in that pile of bodies. He'll be crushed. Anyway, the frame rate is completely gone now. But yeah, this is how we know we're the bad guys. The game remembers. Yeah, let's go to shared space here. I'll reset the world. And hey there, we'll go with Swanuts. Let's see, in some cheesy, how many stars? Well, I got a bunch during the triple XP. Like, this is of course not gonna compare at all with the triple XP. And we're doing it more for the loot. But yeah, I'm on 670, which 671, which actually isn't too bad, right? That is a lot.
Glad to see you. Aiden.
Yeah, I was on 510
Thanks for the business.
this morning, and I opened them because I wasn't sure if I'm gonna play today. So I opened them up. But I think at the end they'll be close to 600 after we're done here.
And it is shaking. On Roosevelt Island, heroic with everything on top. Wait, just for loot and stuff, you mean? Well, first of all, like, that's not the target we're looking for. Second of all, that's not a mission that is per se good for loot. Lincoln, you can kind of say is good for loot. That's 4 bosses and it's pretty quick. Like, that's one that we used to run sometimes in the past, like before Countdown existed, but then also Countdown exists. This is more loot than Countdown, definitely. Especially if you have the right target. But then that's the thing, right? You need the right targeted there. You can't pick your target, it's fixed.
I appreciate the trade.
And there's also other places that can compete with Countdown if you have the right targeted. Floor 90, for instance, especially with a 4-man. Capital with the cheese there. Both of us can kind of outdo it, and same here. This can outdo Countdown as well. Because yeah, there's very few things that can.
Thanks for your business.
Okay, let's make sure we reset control points. That will reset the world. Should have done that first. Oops. Which had to, yeah, not have items on the floor, but they might go away. On for the yeah. With the global, the journey tree in Isaac is disabled. Oh, with the well, the journey not. The journey is just sometimes some things require the modifiers to be on. But yeah, you're picking between the global event or the modifier. And here we're picking the global event first of all because actually for this it is faster. Is one time. Because usually the modifier is usually much faster. Yeah, let's go and maybe at most do one more cycle, although I think we'll run out before that unless somebody had a bunch saved up.
Have 6 and 2 in that zone.
Yeah.
So 8 in total.
She has no. It's also nighttime, nothing spawning. But maybe pop one already for whoever has one. So we walk into that.
Sorry.
Did you be doing?
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Target is near you,
I only
Agent.
get 27. Oh yeah. I usually just save them all up till the end and just get them in one go. there. The reject, the hair, and the raft. I'm gonna go sit on my into my pajamas. I'm not sure what cars, but I don't want to change my face.
Hostiles. Guarding location nearby.
I wasn't sure if I was fighting something else.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You got the target. That's the target, Agent. Target neutralized. Good work.
This place also can be pretty good for expertise. Because yeah, for instance, if I
You got the target.
wasn't proficient with something, which proficient with everything, so not of my
another
choice,
one
but
down.
I could
Good
run it
job,
as
Agent.
secondary here and just, you know, you don't need to per se be using anything. Also, just skills and such. It could be running whatever's. Going into my inventory after counter. I'm trying to get coyote below this. So what I do with it, I've been saving the ones in my exact room, maybe with one. I can
Target is nearby.
out.
You know what to do.
This garbage.
No
I'm
side.
using those garbages. This is right around.
That's the target, Agent.
So yeah, if I get the gist of it right, yeah, that's perfectly fine. You basically, yeah, you keep, like if you have things to keep, you keep. If you have max stats, focus on getting the library up first. Not sure if that was in
Target spotted.
that. So that in tinkering station,
You got
yeah,
the
so
target.
exactly. And then yeah, just donate the rest. Basically, everything that's not even really
That's your target.
useful that can go to donation. So yeah,
Target down.
Good job, yeah.
Good job. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
because you want to get your library up, your optimizations and your recalibrations are dependent on that. So getting that up to a good enough level is kind of handy, especially having the stats that you're going to use a lot, like crit damage and crit chances. And usually what I do actually is when picking stuff up, although, well,
Detected.
that kind of
Nearby
depends, of course,
location.
right?
Go
Because you
ahead
have
by
inventory
hostiles.
space, so you can sort it for later. But usually I look at stuff when I'm picking it up,
Target
and
near you,
then
Agent.
I usually mark everything that I want to keep as favorite. Anything I want to add to the library, I don't mark. I just, because you can, it doesn't need to be, you know, marked in any way for it to show up in the library. It just needs to not be favorite.
Target spotted.
So those will go there, and then anything that I want to donate becomes marked as junk.
That's your
Because you
target.
can donate those in one button.
You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work.
Fight's over.
Right?
Now, everyone.
Target down. Good job. That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Got the emissivity beautification piece.
I'll take that if no one else wants it.
Hostiles.
But
Guarding
I'm also
location
kind of
nearby.
okay on them. I'll yank that if not else.
Something smells delightfully horrible.
Oh wait, what? Did you pick up something that's cross-head shared?
Target near you.
Or am I reading that right?
Someone's there. Show yourself.
Let's look into it.
Agent. Target spotted. Target neutralized. Good work. That's your target.
Hostile restored protection. Removed hostile protection.
You got the target. Nice. Agent, target spotted. Target down. Good job.
Man, you're just having fun there. Just
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
can I get my F before deconstructs. About the time out.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Some shares happening there.
It is too quiet. I wish we had some music to listen to.
Target is nearby.
I'll make you pay.
That's the target, agent. You got the target.
Hostile protection restored.
That's your target. Target down. Good job.
Let's check the share. Beautification F2000 and Maxwell headshot.
You got the target. Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
How good is that? F2000.
God roll.
Oh, yeah.
Talk.
Yeah, if nobody else
Hostiles
takes
guarding
that,
location
I'll
nearby.
yoink them. Somebody's
I
actually going to
have
use
another
it. Just grab it. Yes.
Yoink for you.
The local bands come and play for us sometime.
Getting Benji days. Hey, thanks. I'm reaching the point actually that yeah, all of the characters are mostly done on their builds. It's just gonna go into items in the
Target near
stash.
you.
Way too hot.
Just don't want to pull out the grenade.
That's the target, agent.
The free.
Agent, target spotted.
The friendlies are not helping. They're standing in front of me and I'm shooting them in the back.
Target neutralized. That's your target.
Well, at least they don't have a bulwark.
Target down.
Yeah.
Good job.
Serious trauma detected.
Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned
Is that
yourself another
special ammo
bounty.
right away?
Well done.
Detected.
Oh, those are the
Nearby
moments as
location.
well.
Guarded
With,
by hostiles.
just put your head down and just let your allies deal with it. Oh, yeah, I guess everybody. It's good on.
Yeah.
It's, or you can buy it if nobody needs them. So actually, I used up a bunch of headshot mods, so I actually need to refill on some of those.
Target is near you, Agent.
Yeah, although, yeah, farming, like, if nothing, yeah, basically you just want to do that after, like, direct farming is always better. For anything you're capable of doing, but then, yeah, of course, you reach the point where it's the skills, it's exotics, it's the DZ names, which aren't easy to get often.
Target neutralized. Good work. Target spotted. You got the target.
Because even with like this amount of drops, we're just not getting.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Like maybe from the start till now,
Medical assistance needed.
it would have been 1 skill's worth.
Thank you for
basically.
keeping us safe, Agent.
Like we would have gotten the 3,000 for, or what, 3,000 for one, from level 1 to level 30. Just sending all the charges.
The target is nearby.
But also, yeah, by itself, useful just to get some mods out of it.
That's your target.
Two named heavies.
Oh, on me. Thank you.
Restored.
Target down. Target neutralized. Good work.
I'm not the one sitting right in front of you.
Detected. Near location.
Yeah.
Guarded by
So send
hostiles.
the drone at me.
You got the target.
It was like, I'll get the coward in the back.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty.
like,
Well
get-
done.
Go with your friends in front of me. Just stand in the line.
Target near you. Agent, target spotted.
That I can.
Target down. Good job.
Protection.
Trying to hit the moment where
Target neutralized. Good work.
they might have regained their thing, but yeah, that was not well timed at all.
Hostiles. Guarding location nearby.
You got the target. Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Beats on that one. That's it.
Good to have a division agent around.
Target is near you, Agent.
Come on, girl.
Serious trauma detected.
And really the only thing that will... I mean, it's basically, like, here it's also basically instant. Except for the heavies.
Hostile protection restored.
But I think the only thing that
You
can
got the target.
compete with this is...
2% credit.
Nearby location. Guarded by
the
hostiles.
only thing that can compete with this
Target
global event
neutralized.
wise is
Good work.
Guardians for what we're doing here.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Just because also the explosions kind of filter through. Because even reanimated isn't as fast as this for what we're doing here.
If it was 1.2%, I would maybe take it, but 2% is too high.
Yep. And it's the two names that spawn next
Target is
to the
nearby.
boss don't seem to be scaling correctly, which is just odd that that is a thing. Because it definitely wasn't a thing.
Agent, target spotted.
Well, that's been a thing now for like 3 seasons, so it's not.
Protected hostile restored.
You got the target. Nice. That's your target. That's the target, Agent. Target neutralized. Good work.
Some hang attack ass.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Target down. Good job. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
How many do you still have left, Bob?
Just one in the zone.
Okay. Is everybody else out as well? Or
I'm competing with someone
Target is near
until
you, Agent.
12 hours.
what was it?
Someone else is popping them too. It's just erasing who pops them first.
Agent. Target spotted.
Oh, I'm out as well.
You got the target. Nice.
I will see what comes first.
That's your target.
It's getting another 20 caches or rest running
Target agent.
Whichever one comes first. Well,
Target
end it there.
neutralized. Good work.
One thing's for sure, I'm not gonna run out of
Location
spec
guarded
ammo.
by hostiles.
You got the target. Nice.
I'm just maining the minigun and I still have a lot on the ground.
Thank you
I
for
could
keeping
likely
us safe,
fire my
Agent.
missile from this area for like dozens of salvos. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my last one. So whoever has left.
Target near you.
Hold still. I'm on fire! Help!
Target spotted. That's the target agent.
Protected hostile restored.
Target down. Good job.
Is he just pushing me out of the way?
You got the target.
Is it other side? Or,
Yep.
okay.
There's one guy.
Guarding location nearby.
Target down. Good job.
What's this?
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Oh, that's one then.
Power sharing everything. If anybody needs an exotic component.
And we should just keep those. We can all use them, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if he's already close to a cap.
Target is near you, Agent.
I'm gonna grenade launchers. Yep, just sure murder.
Removed hostile protection.
That's the target agent.
Hostile
last
restored
one.
protection.
Yeah, for instance, this loot is from one of the bosses alongside of the name.
Oh yeah.
Final.
I had one, it was a rifle with 7.6 weapon damage.
Oh, even like. I should have done
You got the target.
check with number
Nice.
always, but
Yeah, but all of them were like dead, all three of them.
Target
20%
neutralized.
loss.
Good work.
is that something useful
was
in
nice.
some way? Oh, it's a detox chameleon.
You got the target.
I'm good on
Nice.
those. So somebody else wants that.
Just take
Thank
the
you for
component
keeping
if you
us
do
safe,
need it
Agent.
first.
The thing is that I'm also kind of good on components, honestly.
Yeah, me too,
246, I need to spend them.
Yeah, now with how many I got, I'm on
Target near you.
exactly 600 now. Other side.
Agent, target spotted.
I can't move.
Target down. Good job.
Hostile protection restored.
Auto explosions.
Agent,
Who needs frame rates?
Who needs stable monitor
target
and
neutralized.
stable screen?
Good work. You got the target. Nice.
You don't have regulars? You have Hollywood.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty.
Let
Well
me
done.
share an SRS here. It was actually kind of close to usable. Someone wants to mess around with it. All of those bolt action magazine ones are basically the same thing. That one does have a cool skin. I think, although I think that skin is like the paid one.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
Close to usable. Well, I mean, it was like core, like 10 to a optimization away. Like
It's not that useful, it's just close to useful because it was just like 0.2% of the max and just
well, more also just the item itself. It's, you know, why that exists. Do we still have any? Or wait, did I go somewhere else?
Yeah, Cairo is typing in chat.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, no, he's on 900 Nexus.
Yeah. Also, is that a heroic badness? How about you, Chris? All out. Yeah. You know what? Let's go grab a set of 4 Black Tusk ones from over there. Get some last minutes. Because around 16, I feel. Let's make it an even 20. All right.
16, you mean 18? No?
I'm 16. So.
I'm 18.
Well, good for you. The incursion and did not go well. I ran a just regular chess in group. Any build suggestion for first timers? So actually, build wise, I can. In the recommended, I gotta spell it there for a second. In that list, actually towards the bottom, there's recommendations for how to run the incursion setups and stuff. But it's basically that chest striker with especially some of the top end weapons. SMGs are still pretty good as well, as it's a very short range place.
Protected hostile restored.
What was that, and what was that reticule that I just got there? So,
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
and as trying to matchmake for it can be very hit and miss. You might get like 3 people that are,
I think we're done
you know,
here.
pros at it, and they'll get it done. If you want to get it done, one of your better bets is to sign up. There's a bunch of communities where you could sign up, and then they have basically teams running it. And same as with, for instance, with raids and stuff, you basically enter your name into the list, and like whenever they have, they'll let you know kind of when there's a spot, or they have regular times that they kind of run them basically. Yeah, let's go back and do the 4 we just picked up. Although maybe it's 3, because sometimes it overlaps in
Target
name.
is nearby.
You ready for the deaths? We got out of the range, so now it's
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Let's see if it does it here. Seemed to be doing it last one. Because what you need is basically 3 damage dealers in the form of chest strikers, basically. And together with that, 1 healer for the 2 boss fights later on.
No, it's not doing it.
No,
And I have
it might have been
100
that
FPS.
one we went kind of maybe too far. Or not far enough, like here we went a little bit further. We likely despawned this whole area actually, so likely actually
Your
the
target.
And I have a better FPS.
yeah, exactly. Might actually just be forgotten them.
Target spotted.
Someone help me!
protection restored. Removed hostile protection.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's the target, Agent. Target down. Good job.
Another chameleon, most likely.
You got the target. Nice.
Another exotic.
Thank you for
component.
keeping us safe, Agent.
In combat with something? I'm just going over it. Unless it starts shooting me in the back.
I'll keep ignoring. Even though.
Target is near.
Oh yeah, we have a healer in the team. He's gonna overheal it, right?
Exactly. And if it goes wrong, just blame the healer, as it so often gets done.
And if it goes right, blame the healer too.
Agent. Target spotted.
Fucking hell!
Burning off! Grenade in!
Target neutralized. Good work.
Hostile restored protection. System malfunctioning.
You got the target. Nice.
System reactivated.
That's your target. Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like
Yeah,
you
we're
earned
getting a
yourself another
few.
bounty. Well done.
Black
Detected.
does tactical
Nearby location.
assessments
Guarded
instead.
by hostiles.
That's not gonna be sure.
I used mine.
Using mine now. Other way.
Target near you.
Got the guy over there!
That's the target, Agent.
Hostile protection restored.
You got the target. Nice. Agent, target spotted.
Even though I can't see shit, I still just blindly fire into there.
Target neutralized. Good work.
System restored.
That's your target. Target down. Good job.
As long as I'm seeing damage numbers, I'm gonna keep shooting.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Sharp resistance. Oh, that one is a share, I think.
Yeah, short cross. Almost deconstructed, I didn't even realize it's short.
Yeah, if it's on top of a different item, or if it's on top of a... Oh, like there's a ammo drop there. Do we have a... I mean, yeah, we should have a fort. Maybe it's mine already, although maybe some of them overlap there.
Yeah, I don't have any. Yeah,
Okay.
go.
Yeah, no,
So we
no,
had
no,
30.
yeah. That's also fine, because yeah, we're on 20. Make sure to clean up. And yeah, let's go. Back to base. I'm gonna end it up there. But first, let's go to see if anything else worthwhile is in any of these caches or anything. And then also, yeah, we need to
Looking for something?
Spend the stars.
Yes, indeed. And also for everybody out there, if you haven't spent your stars yet, last thing, so do spend them. There have been
You have still 7 hours, 21 minutes left.
yeah, but a lot of other, even between season ones, stars have been carrying over, but just don't, you know, the one time you save them up or forget about them is the one time that it's not gonna do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's been carrying between, but then yeah, you have to wait like for the next Hollywood to come around, which is likely next season. So definitely just want to
I
get
think it shares between even a different.
That was only during the
throwback.
throwback, yeah.
Okay.
That was working like that. Although yeah, we haven't seen any since, or like I haven't been, because I kind of like spent them all. So,
Yeah,
I'm been keeping track of
trying
it.
to be safe.
Yeah. Nothing too usable there. At least a ton of
Nice to see
resources,
you, Agent.
because it will be filled back up pretty well for tomorrow's
Come on over.
SHG requisitions,
Selection in the district.
if nothing else. Readable Usina piece. Alright, let's 691. Nice.
I think you need to spend that one exotic component somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, we got 20
Oh, you need to
caches
get
there.
5 more.
This dude comes in here the other day.
So you're 696.
20 caches is 400 stars. So. I know this is actually definitely one of the higher ones I've ever had, actually. That's 691. And it's mostly due to the triple XP. We did do a little bit of bench choosing during that.
Yeah, only time when I had over 1000 was
Good to be
when
seeing you.
there was the 5 times event active alongside it.
Yeah.
But normally I hang around the 400 or
Thanks for your business.
500.
Hey,
Yeah, definitely. As actually no, I've been higher than that as well. Ages ago. But yeah, we'll spend them all, turn them all into components.
An agent is no longer in your group.
And then end it off there. Spend the size that we need.
I have 1 star there, so we'll see with the next event if I'm gonna have 1 star.
Yeah,
at the
I'm gonna
start.
leave those 11 actually that I have there. Actually, I'm gonna keep that mosquito. That's much better than.
Nice doing business with you.
Then optimizing. Oh, actually, well, then I'll go into the stash and we'll optimize 1 less. Because that's. Although, well, I mean, it needs a tiny bit. But then, yeah, we'll also end it off there. I'm gonna jump off the voice here. But yeah, thanks, Pomik, for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And yeah,
And thanks for the
Agent, you
Thanks
haven't
for the
seen a
bounty
selection
farm.
Like this.
yeah, no worries. Anyway, we'll catch you around.
Yep, you too.
Have a good
Have
night.
a good night.
And then thanks as well, Cairo, and thanks as well, Cross. Weren't in the voice there, but yeah, they were in the team. So, and I much appreciate the help.
You have left the
As I said, we did like 60 levels there. We did 3 batches of 20. But mostly as well, I got a ton of. Because we got this a decent amount up. On this account, I don't have watch alts. So the thing of, you know, like most of my characters are kind of in this. Well, now that we've kind of farmed up at a level, 1,000 levels basically. I think character 1 has like 2.5k, everybody else has 1.5k. So don't. That's still like more than most people, or like a lot of people will have, which even watch alts, man. It's good to build up some resources again. One thing I wanted to check as well, did they announce any Server maintenance things, no. So yeah, likely as well, the hoarder will still remain available because yeah, they need a patch to kind of patch him out. So we'll still be able to get the Christmas hoarder basically. Chill outs and harvest and stuff for likely another week unless they do a patch Thursday or something. Let me get you up here for that's a bit. Yeah, GG's all around. In the background as well. I'm gonna, for the Twitch end, of course, we're gonna try to see about finding somebody to raid. Let's see who's available. Just briefly see if there's any like new names that I kind of see in here that I go like, hey, maybe we'll go with this person. Because yeah, we do have someone in there, but there we've rated them quite a lot recently, so I wouldn't mind sharing the love around. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's much English speaking and then also PvE. Unlike people having preferably as well, usually like face cam I usually like. Yeah, we'll just go with Little Huge. We've rated them 6 times in the last 30 days, but we'll make it a 7. Yeah, we'll end it off here. Tomorrow I'll be back, likely afternoon and evening. By the look of things, I'll have some time in the afternoon. But the afternoon, yeah, it's not a guarantee ever because there. But definitely I'll be back in the evening. What I want to kind of work on is we've left because the build collection is kind of in a good state now. Yeah, I do want to work on the folders, but that's basically it. Because actually I've updated all of Nightbots as well to be the correct builds, basically. The correct links, so that's kind of nice. I want to work on this 314 that I still have open because I want to alter this one to be, I don't know what yet. we'll see about figuring something out for it. But yeah, especially now with crit damage mods on the weapon, we can go different choices than we're making here. But yeah, we also still have that specialization weapon thing that yeah, we kind of filled in, but yeah, we got all the data, but now we need to like fill in the data and then actually see how the data comes together. So that's likely, this is gonna be the project for tomorrow afternoon. Together with that 314. And then yeah, likely somewhere in this week we'll do the build showcase for the Lengmo Pestilence, which already we have the spreadsheet for already done. So that's nice. So yeah, all of this. Yeah, tomorrow we'll get that third character build showcase, build collection updates video. Enough rambling of me. We're just gonna start the raid on our dear beloved Little Huge, who's doing some Iron Horse on the Twitch end. We'll send everybody over there. You YouTube people, I can't do anything to you guys, so you guys are free to do what you want. I'll be back tomorrow, definitely evening, likely afternoon. Hope to catch some of you then. Thank you all for joining me. Hope you guys had some fun. And we'll just stop the rambling and just say, as always, have a good night.